They say the world doesn't revolve around you. You've heard that a lot, and also that it is going to be hard, that the future only needs the gifted, and even that you won't succeed. Are they serious? We're certain that every human being is inherently gifted, and it's our job to help them discover their strengths. Because your success is our goal. At the National University of Science and Technology, MISIS, we not only create conditions for obtaining high-quality education, but we also develop your personal and creative potential. We train scientists and engineers of the future, leaders in the digital economy, focusing on comprehensive development and building versatile skills. You all have great potential, and to fulfill that potential, you will have access to participation in high-tech projects, modern laboratories and centres, the best online courses and internships in universities in countries like Germany, France, Spain, the USA and Japan. We partner with over 1,600 leading companies in Russia and around the globe, where our students can find the job of their dreams. We are constantly thinking about how to make your student life even more exciting and bright. At the National University of Science and Technology, MISIS, you will become immersed in science, creativity, and self-development. And we are obsessed with your success.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whoever you are, and welcome to the National University of Science and Technology, MISIS, here in downtown Moscow. My name is Alan Moore, and I am delighted to welcome you to this UK-Russia University Alliance Forum titled The Global Food Crisis, Science Solutions. We're going to begin in just one moment with our first speaker from the United Kingdom. And again, I'll just say that we are here in downtown Moscow, just a stone's throw literally from Gorky Park, the Moscow River, and of course, the Kremlin and Red Square. We're going to start off our forum today with an outstanding speaker, all the way from the University of Lincoln. He is the coordinator of networks and projects at the Lincoln Institute for Agri-Food Technology, also known in short as LIAT. I'd like to say a very warm Moscow autumn welcome to Steve Brewer. Steve, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello, yes, thank you. I can hear you.
Superb. I can't see you, but I know you're not that far away. So just across a bit of landmass and a sea. So I know that your topic is the lessons learned from the interdisciplinary Internet of Food Things Network Plus in the UK. So yeah. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Should I be able to do a screen share to put some slides up?
Superb. Our guys can handle it here. I know we've got the best technical wizards in all of Russia and possibly in Europe as well. I won't say the UK, but I will say for Europe. Guys, are we able to get the slides up? Screen share? Yeah?
Okay, and if I do... I'm just looking for a link on the screen.
You take your time, Steve. Just as you're doing that, I'll just mention what's coming up as well, just where you're setting up. So, of course, we have a whole range of speakers, plus a couple of panel discussions as well. All of our watchers and listeners here and abroad. So, are we almost ready to go, Steve?
No, I'm just looking for this. It doesn't matter, but I'll just... There we go. This looks promising.
It's like you have a green screen in behind you, but
yeah.
I know it's a green wall.
It is a green wall.
Very topical for today's discussions.
I think we're nearly there. Just bear with me. 2, 6.
Oh, okay. And of course, you can send in your messages in the YouTube chat. So for anybody, you can just address them to the person. So, Steve is ready to roll. Steve, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for the invitation to contribute today. We're very pleased to do that. My name's Steve Brewer, as has been said. I do work predominantly for the University of Lincoln, which is a university, obviously, in England, in the United Kingdom. As with most universities, it delivers courses on many areas, but it has a particular focus on agri-food technology. You will be hearing more about this from my colleague Simon Pearson shortly. But it's worth mentioning that, and Simon will probably dwell on this, but one of the reasons why we have this regional specialism is that it's in the rural part of the United Kingdom, the east of England, where there is two things happen. One is a lot of agriculture, food production, food is grown and created there. There's also a lot of the food that's imported into the United Kingdom goes through there, so all stages of the processing take place there. But the project that I'm going to be talking to you about is called the Internet of Food Things, and it's a Network Plus. And so it's a UK-wide initiative that's been running for 3 years in the United Kingdom, supported by UKRI, which is the main funding body for research, academic research in the United Kingdom. And it's led, in fact, by Simon Pearson, who you'll be hearing from shortly, professor at the University of Lincoln. And as with all of these interdisciplinary networks, it has partners from other universities, including the University of East Anglia, University of Southampton, the Open University, and the University of Exeter. We'll move on. So what I would like to present to you today is something of an overview of the Network Plus model, why it's used and how it works. What are the specific challenges that we set out to look at with this network, and the approaches that we adopted. The things that we've done have been interdisciplinary workshops, we've funded pilot projects, we've supported working groups targeting particular themes, and of course we've learned some lessons, and that's really what I'd like to share with you and invite you to stay in touch with us. So the Network Plus, it's an interdisciplinary network, which means that we are consciously bringing together academics, researchers from across a whole range of disciplines. And of course, in the food production system, it literally touches upon every academic discipline. And so, but the challenge, of course, is to encourage and motivate academics from different scientific disciplines to collaborate together. And that's one of the challenges and purposes of this mechanism. We also wanted to act as an honest broker for the interaction between industry. And by industry, we're covering large businesses and small businesses in the food system, and policymakers in government departments and elsewhere who have a role in the food system. Formally, the network's been funded from May 2018, obviously until the end of this year, and we are hoping to keep going for a few more months into next year because there's still a lot to do. Of course, much of this time has coincided with the COVID pandemic and the repercussions of that, and so we've had to deal with that. So I'll probably say a few words about how we've managed that, which obviously has been a challenge for a network which is essentially set up to bring people together and host events, etc. But the overarching goal of the network is to build this community of interest across all of these domains, looking at the challenges in the food system. So this is really was the starting point of our journey when we looked at the range of challenges that are there to be addressed, and the fact that food manufacturing, certainly in the UK, is larger than automotive and aerospace manufacturing. Now, obviously, it's not as technical in most areas, but it is in some, but it is in scale. We looked at the greenhouse gas challenges, CO2 emissions, and other things that become very topical. You'll be aware of the COP26 event going on next week in the UK. We're thinking about the cost of health-related issues, particularly obesity, linked directly, indirectly to that, of course, things like diabetes. So there's a huge range of impacts to society. Food poisoning, food safety is a major issue, and food waste. So all of these things have the potential to be addressed by different scientific approaches to the food production system as a whole. So this isn't the first time we've done this. Indeed, many of us, including myself, were involved in previous Network Pluses, looking at interdisciplinary research. And this comes back to a really quite significant strand of research in the UK over more than 10 years, looking at what was typically characterized as e-science, the use of big data, computing systems to augment and develop scientific research. We there was a big interest in the digital economy, which I'll say a few words about in a minute. And so all of these things fed into this recognition that funding interdisciplinary research was needed. It's worth mentioning a previous network that I was involved in called IT as a Utility, which was really looking at the service aspects of IT. And one of the things we looked at that was food, which is why that helped motivate this current network. I'll just say a few words about the digital economy. Partly we mean things like apps and websites and things like that, but really it's the digitalization of all and many aspects of the economy and how that's transforming the way we do things and think about things. And part of that, I mentioned the last line here, the triple helix approach, the linking of academia, business and policymakers, and indeed citizens and the actual needs of end users is a big part of what we think about when we're delivering interdisciplinary research in this kind of context. And so how do we do that? Well, we look at different methodologies. We have these goals that I've mentioned, so we run workshops and conferences to really reach out to people to promote what we're doing and how we're doing it. And this helps bring the community of people interested in these approaches that I've described together. And then we put out calls, for example, for pilot projects where we're given pots of money to promote the kind of research that research that addresses the challenges that I've described. And so we have this virtuous cycle of presenting the message, presenting the research, putting out the challenges, targeting more people, and funding more research in this sense. So this process, large high-scale process, is what we're looking to do. So we started looking at the beginning at the complexity of the food system, the digitalized food production supply chain, and we looked at it in different ways. And this diagram on the right, which we picked up as a reference to where it comes from, starts to give us an idea of the complexity of this, where, as you can see, looking at the top part of the picture, the environment, the sort of core elements of a supply chain, we talk about the field to the fork, from the agricultural to the transportation logistics, to the factories and warehouses doing the packing and the distribution, to the retail, to the selling, to the consumption. It's all a complex system, and as we all know now, a system that has a large number of risk elements attached to it that we perhaps hadn't all realized a few years ago. And there's obviously lots of external influences that relate to that, from government, regulators, healthcare, etc. And what we found, and this diagram was the sort of contributed to the starting point of this, talks about a data trust. We started looking at the role of data in looking at the resilience, addressing the resilience issues, challenges of this system. We'll come back to this, the role of data, and understanding more deeply that the ability to use data to improve the system. So we started looking at the concept of a data trust, some kind of pooling of data, and quite quickly realized that wasn't going to happen. There is not an appetite for people, for businesses, for users, for consumers, for government to just simply pool and share data for the greater good. In the United Kingdom, that's not the way things work. So to cut a long story short, we did further work. We collaborated, in fact, with the Food Standards Agency in the UK, and developed the concept of a trust framework. and saw that that was a key way forwards. And so we're looking at that in other projects now. We're actually looking to develop this and build use cases of food supply chains where a trust framework, which is a collection of rules of engagement, standards, protocols for sharing data, can be agreed by a community of users, and that dictates how data can be exchanged, but continue to be owned by the owners of the data, if you like. We've written a Nature paper there. There's a link to that. So, in terms of the outcomes of this work, we looked at different technologies. You'll be hearing a bit more about some of these in terms of robotics. We looked at people looking at distributed ledger technology, blockchain as mechanisms for sharing data, and we looked at the role of standards. But it's all about trustworthiness in terms of the different technologies and the different mechanisms for collaborating and increasing the resilience in food systems. The key thing is it's not purely about technology. It's about collaborative practices, strong leadership, and a whole breadth of skills and creativity that are needed to achieve this. So within the project, we as I say, over the last 3 years, we've funded a number of projects, sub-projects, pilot projects. These have been looking at everything from cold chains, temperature-sensitive products, the use of sensors in agricultural systems, use of sensors and artificial intelligence in factory cleaning. Factory cleaning is a really important part of the whole food system. A lot of water is consumed, for example. So the use of AI to test and semi-automate processes can have a huge impact. We looked at the seafood supply chain from the Far East to the UK and the use of sensors in that, and that's what the picture, the illustration there is about. And all of these projects were done with the challenges of the whole COVID pandemic. So given that many of our projects were international, as we were looking at international supply chains, this was quite a significant impact. We also funded supported some working groups which looked at some themes that we identified as being critical to this transformation of the food system. We looked at the ethical dimensions of digital collaboration in the food sector. This has been a very productive group, and there'll be a number of papers coming out in the near future, but not yet available publicly. We looked at interoperability and data sharing, and this group has published some really good work on this as well. And we're also looking at new business models, seeing how the sector has been transformed, partly as a result of new technology enabling new business models, new ways of doing things, harnessing the power of data to create new business products out of the food system. This is really just a list of some of the technologies that we have looked at and researchers connected with the network are looking at. Obviously, a lot of it is the Internet of Things, ideas around the digital twins and the sharing of data. Transport and logistics, we're looking at the use of sensors in vehicles, in trucks, so that it can be determined where vehicles are in the world, whether they've been tampered with, and what the temperature of the goods are, and all the challenges around that. Vertical farms, aquaponics, these kind of technologies people are looking at. As I say, the new business models too. Another paper we wrote early on is an evaluation of blockchain DLT, how that could be used. And we like this illustration of the food production supply chain and the fact that data exists at the different points, but the challenge is sharing and exchanging this. So one way is capturing it in secure distributed ledger technology solutions, blockchains, and the other is the trust framework I mentioned previously, where the data is exchanged as needed between different owners. So what have we learned? So one of the key questions that's always framed in this area is is the food system a critical infrastructure, or is it an independent ecosystem? And to some extent, it's a mixture of both. It's clearly critical, but it's not a single unified infrastructure. It's an ecosystem of competing forces, and somehow we have to recognize those two perspectives. So we've certainly seen that interdisciplinary academic research is important, and there's some key ideas that the different groups are coalescing around, certainly in different parts of the UK. And we've seen signs of business competitors recognizing the benefits of collaboration, where in the past they might have been reluctant. So certainly the permission sharing of data, for example, offers an opportunity for businesses to identify best practices, for example, without threatening their competitive position. We've seen a lot of work on standards and protocols to enable interoperability between systems, and that's a key thing we're looking at. We see that these complex technological solutions will be intrinsic to the future. You'll be hearing more about that, but we have to look at robotics, drones, etc., IoT, to transform the food system to make it more robust, resilient, and flexible. And new business models will relate to that. We've seen businesses supplying food to consumers in different ways, offering flexible and more dynamic value chains, enabled by this use of technology, and particularly the use of data. An IoT ecosystem will be adapted. Yes, so we're looking at how these different devices, IoT devices, etc., are being implemented, but the data sharing and the adaptation of these devices will be part of the future system. But all of this needs skills, and this is a key role for universities we see in the future, whether it's the robotics and the IoT devices, data science, data-related skills, but also collaborative skills, interdisciplinary collaborative skills, etc. So finally, thank you very much again for inviting me. We do have a workshop online next Monday, which you're welcome to join. If you go to our main website, Food Chain AC UK, find out more details of the event. Although it's a UK project, you are welcome to join the mailing list and keep in touch, or contact us directly. So yes, thank you very much. That's an overview of the Internet of Food Things Network Plus in the UK, looking at interdisciplinary research across the food system.
Steve, thank you very, very much for that. Delighted that the British Council and UK Embassy here in Moscow are out to get you speaking with us, because it's fascinating. And I have a couple of questions myself to ask you. Now, the first one, I'm clearing my throat because I have to ask it, because it's in the news everywhere. And I think you know what's coming. In relation to Brexit, because we've seen the supply chain, which in one of your articles you highlighted, and how it's all interconnected. How do you believe, as I'll say academics, but not in a bad way, in a good way. So how, as academics, can you influence, you should say, government decisions to actually clean up that kind of misunderstanding, a bit of a mess as well? Because it does seem solvable, but how can you contribute?
That's a very good question, and I have to congratulate you. It's a very good question. The short answer is yes, we can contribute. We do feel strongly that we can contribute, because we have looked at the complexity of the situation, and we had been doing this anyway, which gives us, in a sense, a head start. And in terms of the challenges that Brexit, and indeed COVID, post-COVID, or living with COVID, we should say, bring us, what we had been looking at that I've just described was anticipating a world where there was more change, more frequent change. So in a sense, we were prepared for that. All the things that I've described need to go on, and we just need to work towards those collaborative practices that I described in a way that is non-judgmental. I think that's certainly in the UK, that's the hardest part of this, because there are polarized views. We just have to move beyond whatever's happened and put in place these mechanisms for example, sharing and exchanging information, optimizing systems, and being flexible and dynamic. It's hugely controversial, as you well know, from what's happening across borders. But the advantage of this it's essentially what we're talking about is exposing of data in the sense that people can see or check data in advance. So if, for example, products are being transported across the world, rather than focus on the border crossing elements and the tensions or the fact that things are changing, data can be captured at particular points in time. So for example, if food is produced in one part of the world and tests are done in that part of the world by a trustworthy organization, that data can be captured in some shape or form and shared further down the supply chain. So you can optimize in that sense. But the short answer is yes, we can help. I believe we can help.
No, listen, a short answer wouldn't do because I wanted the full explanation behind it as well, and so will our viewers and listeners. Following up on that, actually, Steve, because it is an interesting fact, because I have a question in from an audience member, but before I ask that, I will be selfish and ask you just a follow-up question. You did mention collaboration and so on. Do you think that, given the fact that we're so connected, is it that we're very connected, or the fact that we have so many more opportunities for communication that we're actually further apart in that kind of collaboration?
Could you just
say
what you mean a bit more?
Yeah, the fact that we're so connected at this moment than before any other generation before us. But has that made us almost further apart in terms of collaboration?
Yeah, that's a good question as well. So there is one of the challenges that we've seen is almost too large a degree of optimism because, as you say, we're all very digitally connected. So people say, oh, we're all digitally connected. We can do the kind of things that we maybe do in our own organization or in our family or in work. We'll just share data, fine, it'll be great. And then you find out, of course, well, you can't do that. There's legal reasons, there's business reasons, there's all sorts of reasons. So you can't just do the obvious or do things that you do amongst immediate colleagues at scale. So actually you have to take a step back and say, how do we actually enable, how do we facilitate these exchanges? How do we enable the interoperability of our different systems? And that's where the challenge is. That's where you need to separate the technical from the social, but combine them. So yes, it is a phenomenon that we're connected, but we're not, that the connectivity is not fully enabled. And that's why the mechanisms to actually enable and facilitate, whether it's collaboration at a research level or at a business level, just requires putting in place mechanisms to enable that.
Steve, on that, I'll end off our discussion today with you. Thank you so much for that, because again, it was a fascinating presentation. You've answered the questions very well, and I do hope that someone in Whitehall is actually listening and saying, okay, let's get the academics involved and we'll sort this situation out. Steve Brewer.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Okay, folks, of course, we're going now to our next presenter. We're staying in the UK. And again, thanks to the British Council and the UK MC here in Moscow that we were able to host this forum here, of course, in the National University of Science and Technology in Messis, and with the support, of course, and organisation of our Academic Writing Centre here in the university. I'm delighted to move on to our next speaker, and he is a founding director of the Lincoln Institute of Agri-Food Technology, of course, in the UK. And his topic is digital and robotic transformation of the food system. Simon Pearson, you're very welcome to the forum today.
Thank you, and yeah, thanks for this opportunity. I enjoyed listening to Steve. The big thing for me that, the big point I've learned through working with Steve, and I've been for the last 3 years, is, I started my career very much as an engineer, where I thought most of the solutions to problems are technology and engineering. Actually, what I've learned from Steve is it's not. It's governance, it's sharing, it's collaboration, it's getting people to work together. That's the hardest problem. So,
that's the hardest part in life when you're trying to build a team. You know, it's impossible. It's impossible. Yeah, but look, you guys are doing. So the floor is yours, Simon. So we're ready to listen.
Just trying to share my screen.
Yeah, you work away. I'll inform our people as well. So of course, coming up, we have another speaker, or a couple of speakers, I should say, and then we have our panel discussion. I'm hoping that Steve and Simon will stay on for the panel discussion because I'm sure they will have questions of their own. And of course, here in Moscow at the moment, of course, we're all looking ahead to a slightly longer holiday than usual, thanks to coronavirus or connected to coronavirus. So, Simon, if you're ready, or to share your presentation.
Yeah, sorry, I've got a. This has never happened before.
It's always. I've heard that before as well.
Yeah, no. So, you got it.
Okay. Okay, I can see it. So you just click play and.
Thank you very much.
Go with it.
Sorry about that, everybody. So anyway, so thank you. So so I'm going to talk about digital and robotic technologies or transformation in agriculture. So I'm Simon Pearson. I'm Professor of Agri-Food Technology at Lincoln and Director of LIAT. And just so everybody can see where we are, we work in this campus, which is just north of the city of Lincoln on the east coast of the UK. We're about 5 miles north of the main city, and we've got the most stunning, gorgeous, fantastic place where we work, which is a wonderful farm. The office is in the top right. That was Lincoln's a very medieval city. It's got a big cathedral with a bishop, and that used to be the bishop's house. So that's where we're based. It's a stunning place, and we've got lots and lots and lots of robotics and digital tech going on there. We specialise in agricultural robotics and digital systems for the agri-food industry. And I just thought I'd start, and I think the questioning to Steve was touching on this, and I just thought I'd just say, oh, we got some problems, and I just like the adage that 3 months is a long time in the eternal food system, because it is an eternal system, because food's what gives life, but 3 months it's a long time. And I just thought I'd just emphasise some of the points that I think were alluded to in the questioning to Steve. But just look what's going on out there at the moment in the agri-food system. Some examples, got worker shortages. So I think throughout the EU and the UK, we run out of truck drivers. In the UK, we're running out of things like fruit and vegetable pickers. So these sort of very what they call low skilled jobs are actually relatively low paid jobs. Actually, if you're a fruit picker, you're actually a very skilled person. But then you've got inflationary pressures, price of nitrogen. I just thought I'd show that one over the last few months. So that's just going through the roof. It's around about £400 or £500 a tonne now instead of £170, £150 a tonne. That's just happened in the last 3 months, like that. So all farmers got to face that. And you've got these societal issues which really are concerning. So look at the ones on the right. Price of wheat, that's really high. That's the global price. That's the Chicago wheat futures price. So that's a 5-year high. And then for all those coffee drinkers, and I think most of the world drink coffee. Look at the price of coffee, that's going up as well. So when you go down and have your coffee joint, you're going to find a bit of inflation in that as well. But it's leading to all sorts of problems, and certainly in the UK, it's quite, there are shortages stuff, and we've got these crazy things where certainly things like salads, you've got supermarkets putting sheets of cardboard instead of food. So this is all happening in the last few months, so it's crazy, and for many, many reasons, COVID and reawakening of global economies and all those sorts of things. So it's really challenging. And then you've got the longer term things. So those are the short term things. Then you've got the longer term things, and my thesis is agriculture has to change. And this is a great image of why. So we've got this reliant on big, heavy tractors all over the world. Climate change is upon us. COP26 next week, very important. Look at the water on that field, but look at the damage that thing is doing to that field. And that's just a crazy example, but that's the worst case you'll ever have, but there's no intermediary step. You know, that any tractor on a big heavy machine on a field like that is going to cause damage. So what are we going to do about it? And the climate's changing very fast. We need a more resilient agriculture system and a smarter way of doing things. So we're interested in robotics. We think robotics is going to be a key, and digital tech and robotics is going to be a key technology for the future. And we wrote a white paper which is available to anybody freely, called Agriculture Robotics, Future of Robotic Agriculture. You can download that from the internet. And we looked at how robotics and digital tech is going to transform the food system. And the way we did it, we sort of wanted to pull in the robotic community into agriculture. So we call our field agri-robotics, and what we tried to do was really try and think what is attractive to roboticists about agriculture, and what is attractive to agriculturalists about robotics. So to try and get that interdisciplinary work, which again Steve mentioned earlier, that it's all about interdisciplinarity, pulling people together. So we took the word agri-robotics and reversed it and tried to look at what people are interested in. If you're an agriculturalist, what do you want from robotics? Well, you want machines that can harvest food, selective harvesting. You want machines that can phenotype crops, that's accelerate plant breeding. You want machines that can care for crops and the same care for animals and all these sorts of things. If you're a roboticist, why do you want to get involved in agriculture? Well, actually, it's a brilliant place to be, because if you're a roboticist working on manipulation and grasping, you can develop robots to pick fruit. You can, if you're a vision person, an AI person, machine learning, you can do image processing, so crop forecasting, disease detection. If you are a fleet robotic person, you can be working with hundreds of robots in fleets, really solving some massive engineering challenges. Or if you work on autonomous systems, you can develop robots that can go autonomously over farms and in factories and all that stuff. So it's a really great space, and so that's what we've been doing, trying to work out how we develop this interdisciplinary community to solve these massive global problems which we're all vested in. So quick history, we looked at 3 themes at Lincoln, and I just want to do a short. The first one we looked at was fruit picking. And this image just shows what I call the known knowns, fruit picking. This is fruit picking in the United Kingdom in 1980. High reliance on manual workers, no engineering support at all. You can see a manual trolley there, and that is it. Just lots of people doing good work, really important work, contributing to society and community, picking fruit. This is the picture in 2020. It's exactly the same. There's been no evolution at all in that industry over the last 30, 40 years. But if you wind the clock forward now 21, 22, we've got a massive labour shortage. So certainly in the United Kingdom, there's 70,000 fruit pickers, fruit and veg pickers who pick fruit every year, and there are serious shortages. So we need to evolve the industry. The industry's got to waken up, and it's got to automate, and it's got to become more productive. And so robotics and digital tech are absolutely key. So I wanted to show you some of the sort of things we're doing in robotics at Lincoln. So we've quite a significant group now, work with a lot of startup companies, particularly this company called Saga Robotics, who's a Norwegian spin out that operate out of Lincoln. And they have a platform of robots which we've worked with, which are now fully autonomous. And so rather than big heavy tractors that you saw in that first video, we see the world as a future world with more machines but lighter weight. They might be electric, so for COP26 that's key, so they don't use diesel. And you might have a lot of them. These things, they weigh about 150 kilos, they've got battery life of about 8 hours, they've got 4 500-watt motors, very, very versatile, and have a full autonomy stack. So a really, really, really nice modular robotic system. So we developed the autonomy for that system, and the top half of the screen shows the what the robot world thinks it is, which is the autonomous mapping software, and the bottom half shows the robot in the robot world wandering around. And this just shows another picture. This is a digital twin of the robot in the top part of the pane, so you can see the robot navigating through the crop. And then the images in the bottom part of the pane are what the robot's seeing, real world data. And you can see data coming in, so it's looking at fruit now, bottom left, and that you might be using that to detect number of fruit, monitor disease, or use for picking, or etc. etc. So we're getting a really, really nice autonomous system where you can get data from real world crops. If you've got autonomy, you can do some really cool things. So we've now got 12 robots in Kent treating soft fruit with ultraviolet light, which is dangerous to human beings. So it has to be applied by a robot, but it kills or removes all powdery mildew. And this system's worked incredibly well, and we've got 12 of these now in Kent working commercially, eradicating mildew on fruit crops, and that's powered by the autonomy stack on that robot. And those robots are also operating in Florida, in California, etc., trying to treat field crops, strawberries. You can see this vehicle now moving. This, I think this one's in Florida. It's got an RTK GPS system for precision, and then a very sophisticated autonomy stack. If you can move around in an autonomous world, you can do other things. So this robot is moving fruit, so it's for picking support. So it's moving fruit from, so it's the robot's going to find a picker. So you see in this picture, there's a picker there with a little mobile phone. What that picker does when they've picked a trolley full of fruit, they get on their phone, they call a robot, the control system finds where that person is in the real world, sends a robot to them. Robot then takes fruit back and replenish the picker with some empty trays so the picker can get going. And in the top pane, you see 2 pickers going in this greenhouse. They're going to call a robot. Here you go. Called number 1, and that robot's taking the fruit back to a pack house. So that's making the picking support completely autonomous. Drives productivity by 20%. If you can move fruit, you can pick it. So we're just starting, and we're a bit further away from this. You can see one of the platforms we're using for picking fruit. This system, it's got image recognition and it gobbles the fruit up. So that's developing. That's sort of a couple of years away from real commercial speeds, but it's getting there. If you can do the autonomy, you can also do things like fruit forecasting. And so this AI system is detecting fruit, sizing fruit, and also estimating the mass of fruit. So you can do really good crop forecasting. And if you can do crop forecasting, you can estimate yield and you can reduce food waste and all those sorts of things. And the farmer can do lots more supply chain planning. So that's the robot. So robotics are really, really developing at pace. And the project we use is a project called Robot Highways, which is sponsored by UK government. So lots of stuff going on selective harvesting. That just shows it. The next thing we're doing is lots of work on phenotyping, and this bottom pane shows some of the work we do for plant breeding. So what we're trying to do here is accelerate the breeding of crops using robotic technology and digital technologies. The video just shows a robot which has got a very sophisticated sensor which is recording data from that crop. And the data scale that we've got is absolutely enormous. And so what we try to do here is look at how we solve the data problem. We put 5G into that system to try and solve the data problem. So we're using advanced technologies to accelerate plant breeding. Then the final thing we work on is crop care. And for generations, people have been trying to kill weeds. This is a lovely picture of some nuns trying to kill some weeds with hose, and that's the traditional way of killing crops. Then I think around the Second World War, we moved on to pesticides and to kill weeds. That's kept agriculture going, driven agricultural production for many years, but we're running out of those. So very, very few of those now being registered. Weeds becoming resistant. Are we at the end of the pipeline? So what's the next step? Well, we think it's robotics again. And so we're working very closely with this company called Garford. And this is a robot weeder. So this is image recognition. The robot is got a camera on the front of the tractor. That's identifying where the plants are, the crop is, and then the hose then weed around the crops. So that is very much, again, future of field agriculture. So we see robotics coming in all over the place. And then final steps. This is just a thing from Boris Johnson at the United Nations 2021. And and he just in his speech, I thought it's just relevant here. He said, every day green startups are producing new ideas from feeding to cows to restraining traditional signs of digestive approval to robotics to enhance AI and robotics to enhance food production. So, and I think he's probably right on that one. And we're going to see a digital transformation in agri-food. And with that, I shall leave it there and hand back. So I hope that's of interest, but you can see the power of the technology that's coming at us.
Simon, it was massively interesting. The videos are absolutely terrific. I know the audience here and my colleagues were kind of gasping every so often. Immediately, as I said, two things that I picked up on. One was the John Deere rolling in the mud, basically just churning up mud. Immediately, as an archaeologist, it kills me because, as you know, the protection of what's under the ground. I mean, it can stay for, well, it's already stayed for thousands of years, but then with that, it's actually digging down deeper than, any hoe or any, plow. So it's, to improve on that is a must. The other thing, in the automation of robotics, I always get flashbacks to Terminator. And if these machines become self-aware, it might not end so well for us. But, we have to take that chance. You did mention, of course, because I mentioned with Steve earlier about the issue over, the supply chain breakdown. And of course, you pointed out the workers, especially the seasonal workers who come to pick fruits or vegetables and so on and so forth. How much of a role do you think in the next, say, 4 to 5 years can robotics play in easing that pressure just on the seasonal workers alone?
Yeah, good question. We thought long and hard about that question, and for various reasons, because the industry is, certainly in the UK, it's under stress. It's not just a UK problem. I mean, China, there's more people, there'll be more people, over 65 than the entire population of the EU in China. So their demographics, their population is aging, Japan population aging, United States, and so this is a global problem. This is not just a local problem, but I think Brexit's brought it forward in the UK. It's accelerated the time that we've got to deal with it. There won't be a big bang. I think a lot of the farmers are hoping there will be a big bang where we go, here's a robot and it will do everything. That is not going to happen. What we'll see is probably a layering in of this technology of various bits of it over time. And so the first bit will be the autonomy bit, then there'll be machine learning and data recognition, then there'll be AGVs, so the robot carrying fruit around. Then there'll be things like picking. So some of those technologies are ready now, not many of them, but maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years we might get to robot picking at scale for fruit. So that's the sort of timeline. But we need to crack on. We need to accelerate here because there isn't a future, I'm afraid, for these farms relying on lots of low-paid workers anymore. People don't want to do it.
That is true. I mean, I'm not sure if you did, but I mean, I grew up on farms, so for us it was normal to we say like weed or clean the potatoes. Like you go along basically, or cabbages, or you pick potatoes or pick fruit. It was just a given you would do it. But is it a fact that maybe kind of the youth or population in general want to have a bit more comfortable jobs and make the same money but like less back-breaking labour?
I think there's definitely a thing around the environment not being particularly nice. Greenhouses, hot and sweaty. There's also a thing about lifestyle. You got to bear in mind a lot of these jobs are very seasonal, which means that if you're picking fruit in July and August and September, what are you going to do for the rest of the year? So if you've got bills to pay, that sort of lifestyle doesn't really fit anymore because life's expensive. Most people need an income for 12 months a year, so lifestyles are really changing. It's hard to go back, and so I don't think it's a question of them being necessarily just put off because it's a difficult, hard job. It's also, it just doesn't fit with modern lifestyles. The people have evolved, and why not? You know, so
no, I mean, yeah, it's better. I mean, I've been working in the mushroom houses, which are just like, you know, black cellophane houses, and I mean that's tough enough work, and a little bit smelly as well. We have a question in that I was going to ask it earlier to Steve, but I think it's as appropriate to you, actually even more so. It's from Yevgenia Kopylova. She's here, Russian. She's an analyst with the University of, it's called Universitet Talentov, or University of Talents. It's a two-parter. She said, how do you do a interdisciplinary research, and to get that kind of command the team together, and then sort of like get the information? How do you do that? Because you were talking about that from different areas. Steve as well touched on it. So how do you do that? That's the first question.
Yeah, really hard. It is really hard. Number one is networking. It's bringing people together and networking. Number two, it's we operate by defining who leads verticals and who leads horizontals. So what I mean by that is the vertical is the agricultural space. It might be agriculture and food manufacturing. So you need an expert in the industry domain. So that would be, you know, agriculture. And then you need horizontal experts, and that will be in our instance, it'd be robotics. So we have a lead for autonomy, a lead for AI, a lead for interoperability. Steve does that. So we have horizontal leads and verticals, and then you need to bring them all together. So my institute, we've got about 50 staff in the institute. And although we're called an Institute of Agri-Food Technology, there's only 5 people with a first degree in an agricultural science. And so most of the challenges are around the engineering challenge, or computer science challenges to actually deliver solutions. So you don't, you know, it's about balancing your team, and that we don't overweight it with industry domain, but you need a few industry domain, but you need that horizontal skill people. So roboticists, computer scientists, and those are the people that go and create new technologies.
Okay, and that makes perfect sense. And the second part of the question is on, you know, how do you finance such a team, and, you know, where you know, is there a way to place the resources, in terms of financial resources, in a smarter way?
Yeah, we look at the whole flow in terms of the technology pipeline. So we work from basic research, which is UK government primarily. So foundational research, that's critical, because that then creates your next level of technologies, which is innovation. That's really then you work with industry. And then we also spend a lot of time also trying to get some of our technologies out into industry sales, so creating startup companies. So you're getting finance from basic research, companies, innovation funders, and also private equity. And if you don't have the full pipeline, you'll always stall, because you're either not generating enough underpinning research, or you're not generating any impact. So you've got to have the whole pipeline, and then it works.
Okay, I mean, that makes sense, because again, that's the, you know, multidisciplinary kind of team and outlook on it, which, I mean, is the only way forward in the modern world. On that, my own dad, you know, we all come from farming background in Ireland, and my dad was by education a horticulturalist. And I've noticed that, you know, you've had soft fruit, you've got greenhouses and so on. Do you think that that's maybe the main way forward for now, to advance robotics in agriculture, to use horticulture and kind of a confined environment where, you know, you can clean off mildew and so on? That's the way to start, and maybe grow from there?
Yeah, I think that's, you're absolutely spot on. And it's actually because there's a bigger ROI in horticulture, because there's more people. And so what we've done is, and you know, there is an industry pull. So this is not pushing on the industry. You've got to have, you know, industry's got to pull it. And the pulls come from horticulture, because horticulture said, I've got 70,000 people, I haven't got any more. Please give me some robots. But clearly, if you're employing 70,000 people, that's a terrific cost. So the business case then becomes a lot easier. And then what we're hoping is then we sort of build these robots for horticulture, and then you go into agriculture, and you go into food and all sorts of other stuff. So yeah, it's quite, yeah. So I've got a horticultural background as well.
Because you probably know the company Keelings in Ireland, the
Yeah, very
fruit
well.
and vegetable company. So
Yeah.
when he'd been working with them, he was the farm manager, and he said we need to go into greenhouses. That's the only way forward for
Yeah.
year-round fruit and veg and so on. And at the time, that was in the late 1960s, and people said,
Yeah.
why invest in that? And now Keelings make huge amounts of money from their greenhouses. Finally,
Yeah.
before we let you go, in terms of risk, how far down the line do we say, okay, we need to either quickly change or invest more in it? And what will be the risks, for example, if there's a shortfall in terms of getting the government to buy in to the logic of using robotics to not just replace workers or to make the industry even more effective?
Yeah, well, there's a lot. There's a huge amount of risk. There's a technology risk. Will this technology work? There's a regulation risk. So have we got the right regulations to enable this technology to really thrive? And that regulation is around things like insurance and what happens if a robot is on a farm and it runs somebody over and things like that. So we've got to figure out all the regulatory risks. So technology regulation, there's a business model risk. So is there enough ROI to pay for it? Because these are expensive technologies. So there's quite a large scorecard we've got to be monitoring. I think the industry, though, will say there's a bigger risk of not doing anything, because we cannot, you cannot produce these foods without people or a system to harvest these crops. So there's technology risk, governance risk, but there's a big do nothing risk, which I think at the moment is bigger than all the other risks. And if you speak to the industry, I think they'll probably agree with me.
That's exactly what it's like, kind of like, okay, we'll let it just happen. It can't be that. It needs to be driven forward, as you say.
Yeah.
And again, when you just mentioned with the robots running over someone in a greenhouse or in a farm, I just hope that the robot isn't self-aware at that moment that they're running over people. So that's the first stage, and we look for John Connor to help us out. Simon Pearson, the founder director of the Lincoln Institute of Agri-Food Technology in the UK. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Simon. Okay. We're going to move on, of course, to our next speaker. We're going to come back to Russia here. We've been over in lovely Lincoln for our first two speakers, and now we're going down to the Black Earth region, one of the best cities in Russia, of course, to the first vice director, also a doctor and professor of the Voronezh State Agrarian University, named after the Peter I, which, of course, Peter I built his fleet down in Voronezh, so it's very appropriate. To Dr. Natalia Derkanosova, you're very welcome, and the floor is yours. Natalia's just setting up because waiting for the translation to go through. Natalia, площадка это ваша сейчас.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Hello,
Я не могу не начать с той же самой фразы, с которой выступали уважаемые коллеги из Великобритании. Представить немножко наш университет, Воронежский государственный аграрный университет, университет, который организован в 1912 году. И отличаемся мы, наверное, вот тем самым подходом, о котором говорил Стив, и который дальше продолжали. Возможностью реализации междисциплинарных проектов и возможностью реализации работы таких команд, которые могли бы решать задачи, которые ставятся в рамках различных дисциплин, различных направлений, приводят к решению одной и той же и очень важной задачи. И мое выступление, наверное, это будет небольшой кейс, как демонстрация того, о чем говорили раньше. Коллаборация различных направлений, различных знаний, которые позволяют решить вот те самые задачи в рамках глобального продовольственного кризиса. Итак, уважаемые коллеги, прежде чем говорить о конкретном кейсе, буквально два слова о том, что I'd like to talk about the issues of I'd like to say that food security is an issue of at a state level. In Russia, we have for the first time the doctrine of food security, and it is very important that for the first time it talks about the improvement in the quality of life of Russian citizens. Thanks to sufficient food provision and provision of high quality and safe food to the population. Actually, we have become different. 70% of the population care about their health, and 67%, this is what the marketing specialists say, 67% of shoppers look actively at the contents, at the packages. So it is not the same to us what the energy value is, what the contents of the food that we eat are, and so on. There is another very important document in Russia that I'd like to highlight. It's the Strategy to Improve the Quality of Food 2030. It says that there is a direct relationship between the quality of food and our health and our quality of life. And of course, due to this strategy, there is only one way the industry must develop. We understand that we eat too much animal fats, carbohydrates, including mono and disaccharides, primarily mono and disaccharides. At the same time, we have deficits of food fiber, vitamins, macro and micro elements, unsaturated fatty acids, and proteins. Actually, the simple way to resolve this issue would be just to take the products that are in deficit and add them to the foodstuffs that we're having. But this is not as simple as it seems. One of the issues that strategy also talks about is the deficit of the technology to process the food and add the deficient ingredients in the foodstuffs. And that means that foodstuffs needs to be developed in a high quality way that are safe and that are liked by consumers. And at the same time, these foodstuffs should not be overly costly, because price stability is something that the government cares about. And this is where cross-functionality will be the only way to success, because such a comprehensive issue can be resolved only by people working together. So I'd like to talk to you about a case study of how we have used cross-functionality to do just that. We have one advantage that even though we are an agrarian university, we actually work from the field to the store. And we have specialists in all the parts of this chain. The first big issue is that what are the characteristics and parameters of a foodstuff of the future? Should it be very different from today or not much different from today? Let's make the simplest example, bread. Bread is different in Russia, right? Southern people eat more white bread, white quote unquote, because it is made of wheat, and in the north people eat more a bread from the mixture of wheat and rye. Marketing tells us that most shoppers think that bread should be traditional, and they would not buy
any new quote-unquote bread because they want the same sensoric experience with this bread. And also, and that means to us that new ingredients should not result in the dramatic increases in the price on the shelf. You can see that almost the entire shopper population would tolerate the price hike of up to 20%, but not more. And we also need to understand how to mark the packaging. We need to understand how to communicate this to the shopper. Considering the issues on the consumer market, we asked this question to the marketing industry. What will drive shopper loyalty? Shopper loyalty will be driven if the bread is enriched with vitamins and minerals. And a lot of people say that it should be enriched or fortified in fiber. However, there are quite a few people who still say that they don't care. So this is what we have learned. The organoleptic parameters need to be the same or close to traditional. We cannot risk making foodstuffs radically different, but there will be a category of shoppers who are ready to buy fortified foodstuffs if it tastes, if it looks more or less traditional, and pay more for them. However, we need to focus on the ingredients like minerals, vitamins and proteins and fiber. That we need to focus on these ingredients rather than antioxidants and other very complex things that are going to frighten off the shopper. At the same time, such a fortification ingredient should be comprehensive enough. So these are the raw materials for Yakon, the raw materials for the fortification ingredients. It's Yakon, Daikon, Stachys, Topinambur. And when we make juices, there is a lot of product that stays, and we could use it too. Amaranth is something that is also quite plentiful, and some even sell amaranth flour or amaranth cookies and so on. So this is the first iteration. What could be done? What is doable economically? The second iteration is when we talk actually to agrarians. For example, we cannot talk about amaranth or pigweed. You just cannot say that pigweed is everywhere a pigweed. Of course it's not. There are different varieties, and some varieties have just 20%, 15% of protein and 26% of protein, so they are very different. Again, looking at the fiber, some varieties have just 5% and some varieties have 19%. So the next iteration is to give this task to people who do the selection and tell them what is the variety that we need to focus on in an ideal world, and how they can bring the existing varieties to this optimum. They also need to make sure that such an ideal variety is resilient enough, that's easy enough to grow, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of criteria to make sure that this raw material is plentiful, not costly, and technologically viable. So this brings the agronomers and the technologists into the cross-functional coordination. So you see, the variety Universal has much bigger content of digestible protein than others. So we have identified that this is the most interesting variety, right? And then we want chemists, analytical chemists, using this or that raw material to make a foodstuff, to make an additive for the bread. We need to make sure that this ingredient should not come with biological risks or any other risks related to the safety of the product. There are quite a few fashionable breads which actually say that this is not processed food, and they are more healthy on the one hand, but there are huge biological risks on the other hand. So we have chosen this pigweed variety Universal. It has the biggest content of the digestible protein. So how to get this protein out of the plant? Extrusion. Why extrusion? Because it works at high temperatures, and it partially destroys the primary nutrients. So not only the protein but also the fiber, they are not completely destroyed, but they become shorter, which is better for the human intestine. So our chemists have proven that extrusion is the best way to process the pigweed. Now, we need some technologists. We know that in order to get a product that you want, you need some raw materials with specific properties. You just cannot work with anything. If you work with foodstuffs, you understand that in order to make good cookies and in order to make good bread, you need to use different flour. Even though this is flour of the bakery variety and so on, this flour should be different. So we are adding the new ingredient, and the next question is whether this new ingredient will improve or whether it will make worse the flour. Actually, the shoppers say that they don't want any foodstuffs that are radically different. They may be a little different, they may offer some gradual improvements, they may offer me the possibility of being healthy, but it should taste and look the same. This is the result of our study, which says that we cannot add fortification components indefinitely. We need to understand what is the cutoff point, how much we can add. So we could add some more fiber, we could add some more protein, we could add some more those pigweed and so on and so forth, but after a certain point we just won't get the bread out of it. Also, technologists need to have a deeper look at how these ingredients influence the ready product. These are farinograms. This is usual flour. It is very stable dough. It will go into the bakery well, and it will make good bread. You can see plus 10% pigweed, the stability of the dough goes down dramatically. So we need to make sure not just how much of the new ingredient we add, but what should be the new tolerances in the technological process to make sure that we still have the product that looks very much the same as the old one. This is another illustration. This is extensograms. You can see the time versus extension of the DAO. You can see that A is control, V, or this B, looks like B, is plus 20% pigweed. So we see that plus 20% pigweed is the absolute maximum. So we had economists, we had marketing specialists, we had agronomers, we have chemists, analytical chemists, we have technologists, and this turned out to be a very cross-functional project. We also want to add some salt, and we want to make this bread look and taste like the old bread, and we want to make these new products with existing equipment without adding too much costs into the bread factories. We think that this is doable, and this is doable thanks to mathematicians, right? Adding them into this big tent. This is this is what mathematicians call a stochastic programming model. We needed to understand how much deterioration of the technological properties we can take if we improve the functionality of the product and if we improve the fortification of the product. Our research and our simulation has shown us that at 27% gluten, which makes the best bread, the best looking and best tasting bread, this problem does not have a solution. So we need to take down the gluten to 23%. And if we have 77 wheat flour plus 23% pig wheat flour, so you can see that the ash content is 266, and these are our key parameters. For example, calcium, 123.4 milligrams per 100 grams, and that means that this bread will give you 15% of your daily, recommended daily intake of calcium. And then we decided to have all those curves. What happens if the protein, if we have specific protein and calcium contents in the ready product? So we found a model that gives you the optimal solution for this two-component mixture, which makes sure that the flour is fortified, but the bread looks very much the same as the old bread. So we had to put together a huge cross-functional team. Fortunately, our university has been capable of it. Technologists, marketing specialists, mathematicians, analytical chemists, agronomers, selection specialists, and so on. With these people, we have been able to get this thing done. These are our patents, and these are our technical specifications for factories, which means that we are ready to go online with this product. I would like to echo the previous speakers, saying that cross-disciplinarity and having horizontal leadership as well as vertical leadership is the only way to success, is the only way to satisfy the new and much more ambitious expectations of the general public that wants the improvement of their health
Natalia,
and quality of life.
Natalia, thank you very much for an absolutely brilliant presentation. First question I want to ask, how is the weather down in Voronezh?
It's magnificent.
I think it's
magnificent. I mean, it's golden autumn, what we call it, and the university is in the middle of a huge park, so you have the oaks and I think
well, that's what
great.
The next question is exactly that. It's about the interdisciplinary teams. How do you put them together and how do you keep them together? How do you motivate them?
Actually, I really wanted to answer in the same way as Evgeny has already asked. It's hard to do it, and I think you need to have 5 to 7 years plan in order to really work in a cross-functional way. So people need to trust people they initially don't understand. People need to have a huge, big single goal. And of course you need to have the finances behind all this. We won several grants from the state foundations, and the financing was actually done by several grants. Which some money of the were redistributed from other projects, but also cross-functional and multidisciplinary projects. And of course, you know, publications. We all university people want articles in Scopus and Web of Science, and of course, joint publications are a very good way to do
a very good point, and that is the financing of this. Given that in Voronezh, it is the Black Earth region, it's the center for agriculture in Russia, how interested are commercial companies, private companies, in supporting your research and work?
I don't think that there is a huge interest right now. There is some interest right now because commercial companies want a solution. I want this now. I want now to have something that I can produce tomorrow. Unfortunately, I cannot say that this particular product is already on the shelves of stores. But there is some interest because of communication, because we prove actually that this is not only something that is healthy, but something that shoppers will like.
Yeah, I do. I agree with you on that. That you know, the interest is there, and of course it'll develop with more publications and so on. And one looking outside of wheat, for example, and out of grain, and I'm just thinking of the Ramon region, Ramonsky Rayon, just in the north of Voronezh city. There they have sugar beet. Can your research be applied to other crops as well?
Of course, of course. Such research applies very well to other crops and to other cultures. Actually, we have several research teams for the selection of sugar beet with the increased content of sugar and so on. Voronezh has huge companies making both sugar and sugar beet, and they also cannot do without cross-functionality, because they need the selection specialists, they need the sugar manufacturers, but there is a big problem, a big issue. There is a lot of pectin in sugar beet, and there is a deficit of this. It's also a great source of food fiber, concentrated and isolated food fiber can go in any foodstuff actually, and it is up to the technologists understanding how to do that. And again, mathematics and mathematics, because you need to really make very good models, because you need to understand how much pectin you want to extract from sugar beet, so that everyone, both sugar producers and producers of other
being used by
foodstuffs,
the producers, and say, for example, the sweet, like
need
the
to have their interests
confectionery
satisfied.
producers in Voronezh are very, very important as well, and big employers. And I'm glad you brought that up as well. Moving on from that to the international view, because of course this is part of the UK-Russia University Alliance. From this forum, what would you like to tell to our British colleagues, and how there can be greater interaction and cooperation between Voronezh and Britain?
Well, I think it is, first of all, doable, and second of all, it is very, very relevant, because it was really close to my heart was what the first two speakers said. Robotization and automation of agricultural operations, it is a huge issue. I've been talking about food processing now, but we have agricultural engineers in the university, we have land cadastre speciality, and these are the people who want to digitally describe the land resources and so on. So I think there are a lot of ways that can be found where we, working together, will really go forward in resolving very, very relevant issues. Again, I've listened to the two first presentations, and it was very, very close to my heart. So we would be interested in communicating in video format, if not in person.
On that,
anyway.
Natalia Derkanasova, thank you very, very much. We'll end off on that, because that, again, that's an open invite for cooperation between the Black Earth, the breadbasket of Russia, and the UK. Natalia Derkanasova, the first Vice Rector of the Voronezh State Agrarian University, thank you very much and have a great day.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
And we're moving on now to our first in-studio guest, and I'm delighted and honoured to have just socially distant from me for good reasons. Of course, we're sort of, it's not that he doesn't want to sit closer to me, but I'm delighted to have Dr. Vladimir Kuznetsov. Of course, he is the assistant professor here at the Department of Non-Ferrous Metals and Metallurgy. He's head of the master's program Technologies and Materials of Digital Production at NUSMACIS, and an awful lot more beside. He's going to present right now, so the floor is yours.
Thanks, Alan, for the introduction. And hello, everyone. For the past 10 years, I've developed the individual and personalized digital manufacturing laboratory. I'm not doing it alone. We have a huge team of people, and we not only create such a laboratory in the university, but I think from Norilsk in the north to Krasnodar on the south, we've helped create such laboratories across the country. I'm talking about modern mini plants that don't just work on a single product. We do it for several reasons. First of all, we enjoy it, and it is fun. It is great fun to talk to people who are creative enough to think of something and to start making something. We have co-organized maker fairs in Moscow. And we also like talking to the digital machines, well, because we make those machines in the first place. So this is the first reason. And the second reason is the awareness that we are living in a very, very dangerous world, actually. Stephen Hawking was one of the first to issue this warning. He said that mankind will last for another 600 years, and after that the Earth will turn into a molten ball of matter, and the only way for mankind to continue living is to fly to another planet. Now we see some alternative approaches, right? So one alternative approach is not looking for a new Earth, but creating a new Earth. So taking an uninhabitable planet and make it habitable. We know that a lot of people talk a lot about the concept of terraforming Mars. Mars is pretty close. And since I'm invited to a British-Russian forum, I think this is the best picture to actually illustrate this, because I don't like this concept because I mean, aesthetically it's like we have spoiled one planet and let's go to another planet and spoil it too. And I think it's only in fairy tales we can do the same thing the next time over. So the global climate crisis is a very comprehensive phenomenon, and the global food crisis is, I think, part of it. There have been a lot of warnings, not just from Stephen Hawking. And there is a simple solution, actually, to make sure that mass production gives way to personalized production and personalized manufacturing. So mass production has given us what we have today, but mass production cannot exist without mass consumption. And therefore we end up with a system which is very concentrated. So China consumes the raw materials, makes goods, wares, and kind of redistributes them back. What we need, I think, is a distributed local manufacturing system which is based on local, renewable and recyclable resources. And of course, such a system should be a system of on-demand manufacturing, making what people need, when people need it, and exactly where people need it. I understand that this sounds naive, but the 20th century has created a huge foundation for that, with its digital revolution that has spilled over into manufacturing systems already. And manufacturing systems in their evolution, I think, repeat the story of computers. And I think we are looking at a situation in which personalized digital manufacturing systems are just around the corner. I think this is the biggest trend of the 21st century, democratizing the means of production. We already have personal fabrication as a concept, and this concept may work in two dimensions. One is fabrication with personal means of production that are not owned by corporations and whatever, that are owned by the consumer. And the other dimension is the production of a personalized product, which is unique just because there is only one person that wants it. Of course, we understand that both these dimensions are absolutely antithetic to today's mass production system. There are a lot of examples, of course, of how to illustrate that, and it gives me additional joy to show you this picture that I personally have a relationship with. This is what we have called a laptop factory. This is a tabletop production factory that can be either a laser cutter or a 3D printer and so on. And I think this Printzilla was for a couple of years one of the largest 3D printers in Russia. But I think this picture is the best illustration of how it all continues and how it all works. One of the founding fathers of this entire crowd is Adrian Boyer, a Buff University professor who actually made the first 3D printer with the components printed on another 3D printer. And even though we talk a lot about 3D printing and media likes 3D printing and there is a lot of hype around 3D printing, 3D printing is not everything. Personal fabrication can also be about personal food growing. This is a Media Lab MIT project which is called a personal food computer. This is a smart grow box which can be specifically set up for growing edible plant cultures. This is one of the biggest examples illustrating the concept of personal fabrication. Until recently, this was project enabled. This is Joe Schull, an American who holds a prosthetic arm made of components printed with 3D printers. So these products are very, very personal, and until recently even a very simple mechanical device like this would cost several $1,000s. With the Enable in place, many users were able to get such prosthetic arms for free. Enable is an open source project system. People across the world can share files, can share technical drawings, ideas through the project platform, which brings together users, developers, and makers. And it has enabled a volunteer-based on-demand fabrication. Thanks to this project, a lot of people across the world received received a prosthetic arm, which otherwise they would not have been able to get. I'm sure that if you tell this story to a capitalist, they will say, oh, how nice, and maybe they will even donate some of the money. But the next thing they're going to say is, okay, this is all very nice, but it cannot work as efficiently as a mass production system. I would disagree with that. This is Kenneth Olson, president of Digital Corporation. In his time, he was one of the persons actually deciding where the computer industry would go. And he said, I don't see any reason for every household to have a computer, famously and absolutely incorrectly. And he was not a stupid person, right? So I think that what we see today in terms of the industry attitude to personal cutters, personal 3D printers, I think this is quite normal. Everyone lives within their own agenda. They just don't yet understand. I, for my part, believe that we are on the verge of a huge tectonic shift in the public awareness, in the public conscience. 2020, a very challenging year as it was, gave us another very interesting case that demonstrated that even with the existing elemental base, which is far from optimal, such an on-demand personalized fabrication system can work pretty effectively. In March 2020, everybody knows that the world has faced a huge deficit of personal protective equipment. There was not enough even for the healthcare professionals. The reason was very simple. Manufacturing had been moved to China from European countries and from the United States, and China was closed down for quarantine. And with this just-in-time logistics system, everybody said that everybody saw unexpectedly that even the very basic things that were always taken for granted, they could be in short supply. So you can see that the World Health Organization called upon everyone to start making more PPEs, but mass producers just couldn't respond to that. They were absolutely paralyzed by the rupture in their supply chains. Makers were much more flexible in there. Actually, FabLab Moscow became a cell of OSMS. Now, this is a not-for-profit organization which stands for Open Source Medical Supplies, and this is their recent report on volunteers acting to address the global deficit of personal protective equipment. And this is the excerpt from the report. So even incomplete, even suboptimal digital personalized fabrication system has played a role in filling the huge gap in PPE. So you can see over 50 million units of various medical goods were produced. And this is not the full statistics, because this is just one not-for-profit having their own statistics, and there was much more across the world. So again, if you think it's utopian, think again, because in certain circumstances it has demonstrated that it is much more effective than mass production system. We as makers, as academics, as researchers and developers will of course continue working on making this system less suboptimal, and I think it will make it much more effective than the mass production system. And the mass production system, if it continues like it continues working now, if it continues further into the future, will turn the Earth into a flaming ball, maybe in 600 years, maybe in 1500 years, but to me this is all the same. Of course, I'm looking at it as an engineer who really likes creating new fabrication technologies. I really like optimizing the business processes that we already have. But it's not just the work for technicians, it's the work for economists, creating new logistical systems, creating new business models. And I think everyone will need to do this part of the job to raise awareness in the general public that we need to shift the consumption if we want to shift production. This is the only way forward. This is a very simple example. A lot of people think that a small 3D printer is a toy, or a toy that makes other toys, okay? But if we if we start taking it seriously, and of course its limitations and possibilities also seriously, if we invest somewhat in optimizing it, we can improve the strength of a ready item twofold without actually increasing the costs of the goods it makes. This is an example of one of our recent articles, and I think this is just a small step of which we will do many into, I'm sure, a very, very bright future. For a very long time, people were divided in their ownership or lack of ownership of the means of production. But this is not the entire human history. In the beginning of human history, means of production were in the hands of each person. And I think what we could do, we could go back to this at a new technological level, so that the developer, the maker, and the consumer are the same person. And after this happens, I think we will forget this bad word, consumer, just consumer. When people are just consumers, I don't like this. I don't like being just a consumer, and I'm sure that a lot of people will agree with me, seeing what those consumers have done to the world already. Solving a global crisis starts, I think, with small but very important personal steps. We need to create a new system, and even though I don't believe in fairy tales, I'm an optimist deep down, and I do believe in technology, and I believe in a brave new world we are moving towards. Thank you very much. And I will try to answer your questions if you have any.
Two questions for you, not huge ones. I know we agreed I'll ask them in English, so I'll ask them nice and slowly for our translator to do it upstairs as well. First one is, okay, you're an optimist and you believe in technology, but what kind of percentage, will go, where in say 20 years, where will we be in terms of mass production and personal production? What percentage of each will there be? Being very optimistic.
Well, being very optimistic, I would like to say that in 20 years, mass production will only be applicable to materials and components rather than ready goods, while 90+% made by people for people will be made on demand and personally. And if this goal, I think if society tomorrow, or rather yesterday, says that yes, this is a good goal and we want to move towards it, I think in a couple of decades we could be there. I have hinted on a relationship between the story of the development of computers and makers. So if you take the point where microcomputers were the only computers in the world, and what Kenneth Olsen's saying that laptops, and they were pre-personal computers, I don't see why each household will own a laptop. So this time span is 15, maybe 17 years, right? Between microcomputers and laptops. So if you take as a first point, a RipRap, this is an amateur created 3D printer for amateurs. So it was when? 13 years ago, right? So I think we're not there. We're not there yet, but we still have some time to go. And in 4 years, in 5 years, I think we will see very, very good systems of personalized fabrication in place. I would say yes, that 20 years, maybe even 30 years would be very, very optimistic, because I think before it becomes better, it needs to become worse. Mankind needs to feel the impact of the global crisis. We need to get this magic kick in the butt in order to move forward in the right direction. I understand that this is a very long answer to a very short question, but
excellent
nonetheless.
answer. You're just talking about the effect of this COVID crisis that we're still feeling. We're going into lockdown here in Moscow for a week, so it's still very active. And I'm delighted that you initially, I didn't present it, that you're also director of Fab Lab here in the National University of Science and Technology in Misis, because you were involved, along with, of course, Dr. Timothy O'Connor, with the Makers Fair. And it should have been last year, I believe, another one last year, which would have been held in Gorky Park just beside us. It would have, really rocked the world. What do you think is the perspective for these collaborative efforts like Makers Fair? Do you think it's going to speed the process for personal production?
When I worked on putting together one of the Maker Fairs, a lot of people asked me the same question. Russian language is so rich. And you haven't found the word, a Russian word for maker? Well, I think even the English language, until recently, did not have, this word did not have this specific meaning, right? So there was a maker of something, or the maker with a capital M, which actually meant a little different. And in Russian, delatel, which would be the direct translation of maker, well, for some reason it just doesn't sound right. And I think I have found an explanation to this. Until very, very recently, until, 300 years ago, people would not call each other a maker because everyone was a maker. So there were no non-makers. And and in my book, maker equals human, because humans, they don't only walk on their hind legs, they don't only have the mind, have the reasoning. People make tools, and tools help them make new things, right? So tools are the important difference between mankind and the rest of nature. And the model of consumption that has developed over several centuries from the moment of the first industrial revolution. So throughout these several centuries, the manufacturing systems have gradually, slowly but surely taken away this making function from the human. And today, a lot of humans instinctively feel the need to make in a society where money can buy you anything, seemingly anything. A lot of people have really gone into this personalized fabrication because we are fed up with just being not just called consumers, but treated like consumers. With digital design, with digital fabrication, we have now the opportunity to create, to turn our ideas, to turn our wild dreams into material objects, even though we don't have the skills of working with natural materials anymore. This is why I think that makers, these delatils, these makers, will be the biggest drivers in migrating from the, alas, already suboptimal mass production system to a personalized on-demand fabrication
system. Because going back to
this is the only way.
Last, I think it was World of Warcraft, the 3 figures you had, that then all these people become one. So the maker, the design, everything becomes one person can do everything. So it's always been that way in history, and I think you've explained it, why we moved away from that. When people were makers, they made barrels, they made wine, and now it's kind of been specialized. So finally, the very, very last question. How young should we have children starting this process for personal production? When should we start teaching them how to do it themselves? Как рано мы должны начинать наши дети делать это собственное производство? Вот какой возраст?
I think children, well, once again, I think the need to do something with your own hands is a physiological need that is inherent to a person. Children have it at any age. They make something of clay, right? They make something of those cubes. They create a world around themselves when they have the physical ability to control their fingers. But then we go and take this away from children. We say, you don't need it. Read a book. Or, you know. Learn computer programming, and so on. Children learn making naturally. And what we need, I think, is not interfere with them, not take this away from them, give them better ways to continue this. So I think at any age is, if you wanted a short answer. And the most important thing is that, again, the human being is a maker, maybe a dormant maker. You need to wake up that dormant maker in an adult, but they're already woke in a child.
Vladimir,
the only thing
again,
you
never
do
too
is
young
not
or
frightened
too old
tough.
to start. So thank you very much, Vladimir Kuznetsov, the assistant professor of the Department of Non-Ferrous Metals Metallurgy here in NUSMISIS, and of course the head of the Master's Program for Technologies and Materials of Digital Production, and of course the director of FabLab. Thank you very much for your time today. Okay.
Yes,
and now we're going to go just almost on the hour, a little bit late, but we're going to come back with the panel discussion. We're going to go to show you a little video called The Evolution of Packaging. We're back after this with our panel discussion. back? Okay. Okay. Okay, and I'm just making sure my mic is checked on because, of course, we stood up and had to stretch our legs there for just 1 moment. So now we're back, of course, in our forum today with a panel discussion. And again, it's nice to have people in person, even if we are all socially distant. So to begin the first of our panel discussions today in the Global Food Crisis Science Solutions, I'm delighted to welcome immediately to my right, of course, ladies first, Dr. Irina Kirsch. She is an associate professor and head of the Department of Industrial Design, Packaging Technology and Expertise. She's also director of the CCP Perspective Packaging Solutions and Recycling Technologies of the Moscow State University of Food Manufacturing, also known as MGUP, here in Moscow. Irina, you're very welcome. Okay. And to her right, and further to my right, Dr. Mikhail Yegorov, who is he's a doctor of biology. He's a professor in and head of the Department of Bioecology and Biological Safety, also at the Moscow State University of Food Manufacturing, also as MGUP. Mikhail, you're very, very welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Delighted to have you guys here. So we're going to open up, of course, with the first open topic. What are the new challenges in the area of food safety? Irina, I'm going to come to you with this first because, of course, we're speaking about air safety. But for food safety, what are the main challenges we face today?
Well, the first thing to say here is that one of the issues with safety is the food storage and the food shelf life. But before I explain, I will try to describe some new developments in food packaging, because I think everybody knows that food packaging is one of the enablers of sustainable development. And the role of packaging in the circulation economy of any country, Russia or any other country, is one of the central issues. So I would just describe in a couple of slides what we do in our department and in our research and educational center. So these are just high-level definitions from the point of view of sustainable development. Let's look at various stages of packaging manufacturing. In every stage, we need to be compliant with what the World Food Organization tells us. We have several laboratories: composite materials, cardboard and paper, transportation testing laboratory, and this is the only transportation testing laboratory in Russia, which is really very enjoyable. We have created it together in our university. Laboratory for modern industrial design and marketing. Everybody understands that you've got to start with that. And biocomposites and packaging recycling laboratory. We see a lot of interests from the Russian industry and from the international industry. The goal of our development is to try to innovate as well as invent. We go to real world plants and factories, and we create a case for introducing these new technologies in existing manufacturing facilities. In Russia, we have focused on recyclable packaging, biodegradable packaging, and packaging enhancing the storage life of foodstuffs, because if foodstuffs cannot be stored for a long time, it increases actually the carbon footprint, which is bad for any industry, including the food industry. In fact, everything our people do focuses on the interest in these topics across Russia and across the world. I will make several examples of our cooperation with the business. Together with Nestlé and with support from Eco Partners, we researched the possibilities to recycle multi-layer packaging. A lot of people in France and Switzerland are also interested in this, and we have shown that, of course, with the existing technology, it does not melt very well, and the second bottle and the second film will not actually be as good as the primary bottle of film. So we used our mini laboratory setups. For example, this is a mini extruder that makes the waste plastic into granules and makes granules into film. So with the technology that we have developed, we are able to rework even multi-layer plastic materials if they are stripped of paper or metals into good plastics that can be used many times over for packaging materials. The next project is smart packaging, biodegradable smart material where you can regulate the point where it starts to degrade. Because biodegradable materials, they are very good, but they are not very good at the same time. It actually can start degrading before you want it to degrade, and it degrades from the polymer matrix on, so it's is irreparable. We have created materials that, depending on the content, can start degrading in 3 months to 3 to 4 years, which is good for the food manufacturers, so that they know that for the period of logistics, for the period of packaging, they have the guaranteed properties of packaging. They've been tested for the compliance with the current regulation, for food safety and for the packaging safety. We proved that the surface of this material does not provide any fertile soil for microbial development, which is again very good for the food processors and for the packaging enterprises. So we have proved that playing with the content of the film, we can pretty well predict when it will start to degrade. And the third case that I'd like to showcase is the application of shungite. Shungite is a mineral mined in the Republic of Karelia in the north of Russia. So if you introduce a little bit of that mineral into polymer materials, well, we're not there yet to answer all the questions, but a little bit of this mineral improves the shelf life, improves the storage conditions, and it generally is very good in the current COVID-19 situation. I wanted also to showcase our partners, Danone, Danaflex, Nestle, Danaflex and others, Omron and others. These are not all the partners we work with. We are organized in a series of workshops. These are at the same time educational and research events, creating things and creating new knowledge for our students. Thank you for this. And now, answering your question, I'd like to highlight one important point. If every food processor takes the storage and the packaging seriously enough, not everyone takes this seriously from the very beginning, I can tell you, and they start to deal with this just in the end, right? If every food processor takes that seriously, well, a lot of companies create their product first and only then they think about the packaging. If everyone takes that seriously from the very beginning, and if people think of the packaging not only in terms of keeping the product safe, but also in terms of the processing and recycling, this is one of the global issues which is common for Russia and for the entire world.
In terms of the, say, biopackaging and recyclable packaging materials, how much of the, let's just say, just Nestle alone, how much of their packaging materials can be recycled or are biodegradable?
Well, that's a hard question actually, because a lot depends on the product you're packaging. Talking about biopolymers or biodegradable packaging, well, the first thing you think about is what's the shelf life of a product? The shelf life of the product may be shorter than before. If this is a fast-moving SKU, well, again, you need to take into account the content of the foodstuff as well. If you take a certain limitation on the content of the product, if you take a certain limitation on the shelf life, you can really walk in a biodegradable direction. In terms of recycling, I think everybody knows that Russia's sanitary requirements right now restrict the contact between secondary plastics and foodstuffs. However, there are some solutions that need to become instrumental in creating new standards, that some secondary raw materials or recycled raw materials become the content of the future plastics, with on one condition, that these secondary plastics are not processed as communal waste but as production waste or manufacturing waste. I meet with waste operators and waste processors on a regular basis because we run an annual conference on sustainable development and packaging, and this conference brings together Russian and international companies like Dow, like Danone, Sibur, and others. every time we meet, companies start asking very serious questions about sustainable development and recyclable economics. Companies who make polymer materials for packaging, they have started not just talking about it, but making it even before the food processors are serious about it. We have another conference, this is an industrial conference, we have another academic and research conference, and I think that research conference works in very much the same direction.
Mihail, you've been very patient and waiting for us, and I know you're going to speak about the challenges in food safety, because again, it's something that we discuss all the time, and restaurants are closed down, supermarkets are closed down. This summer in Moscow, we saw people dying because of, well, we don't know why, but because of watermelons and so on and so forth, that might have been sprayed with something incorrect. What are we facing right now in this area of food science, food safety?
Thank you for the question. This sounds like a pretty global issue, and it has not gone anywhere in the past 2 decades. The World Health Organization about 2 decades ago raised the issue of global biological safety events. On the one hand, urbanization by itself leads to the difficulty in tracing all the unsafe products, because there is too much food, and very diverse as well. Irina has highlighted packaging, because packaging is important, but also the product itself is important too. Well, that thing with the watermelons poisoning, this is a separate issue, I think, but I think it is important to understand conceptually where the raw materials came from, how the food was processed, and so on. Earlier this year, I became head of Department of Biosafety and Agri-Safety at the Institute of Agri-Safety and Biosecurity. And that institute is 80 years old. So that was a relevant issue for the Soviet Union for decades and decades. So biological safety is not just tracing events with real users, with real consumers, but to create a systemic environment in which you generate always the new knowledge on this. So irrespectively of what the situation is right now, COVID or any other challenges, I'd like to highlight that it would be really interesting to see that the challenges have not changed in the past decades. What has changed is the toolkit, the technology, the materials, better packaging. But I think mankind is still very fragmented. In developed countries, there is the possibility to trace the entire food and technological chain, but even in well-developed countries, you get some surprises on the shelves. Maybe it was due to a human error on some link of the chain. Maybe just because of the sheer volumes of production, some suboptimal products made it onto the shelves. But if you think about the developing countries, which just do not have the capability to provide for biological safety, you get the situation in which everyone tries to survive as best they can, but actually no one can feel safe, really, even though they may be very, very developed. So I think WHO just first raised this issue 20 years ago, gradually and incrementally the situation is changing. But I would not say that we have all the answers to those questions right now. And a big role of our researchers is to explain, not just to the general public, but to the manufacturers, to the decision makers, to the regulators, and actually people who take responsibility, people who want to look into the future. They come into those conferences at our university and others. Manufacturers, they are okay, but the general public is not very interested. I liked today's presentation from Voronezh, which said that the general public is interested and the people are interested in the contents and so on. That is encouraging. But I think the general public is the most vulnerable part of every solution, because they look at the price, they like the price, and they buy unsafe things. And this leads to events that the experts need to explain later on. So which element has not worked in this food chain, which is very, very long and very, very vulnerable? If you start with, for example, microbial contamination of products, there is still a lot of microbial contamination. I will be opening very soon, I think, the master's program for the microbiological safety in the food industry. You can teach students, you can create a professional laboratory, for example, which will be certified and which will in turn certify the raw materials and foodstuffs. But okay, I'm concerned with a different thing. Specialists, they will find the information, but what is the biggest difficulty is to make sure that shoppers, that consumers who trust now what they see written on the packaging, that we need to make sure that they could really trust this, they could really rely on this information, right? We need to ensure a situation in which every shopper can get a safe
again,
product.
People checking the labels on food, I think it has become more like in fashion to do it. Still, people don't do it enough. On that, I'm just going to stick with that, Michal, on that, because we see in many cases, for example, I'll just use a sport case where they say that meat was contaminated, for example, because in Mexico the cows are being injected with testosterone and so on. How often does that happen? I mean, how dangerous can meat be, for example? Beef can be from cow to table, and where did the problems come in the process from meat to, plate, field to plate?
Well, we consume foodstuffs every day, and not in a single case we can say that we know 100% whether it is safe or not. If you have not felt worse, if you do not see any manifestation of some accumulative effects, you will never know what has happened to that cow. Athletes, well, you made an example with athletes. Athletes are always under scrutiny. Athletes are always being tested, and we find out about any contaminative substances. And of course, doses and concentrations and so on. All the specialists know how much is permissible and how much is not. This may not even influence the athlete. This might not even influence the results because this may be a one-off effect, but these are the rules, of course, and it is the duty of the athletes, I think, to look at those requirements, and it makes their life more and more complicated, and that is true. But if we're not professionals, if we don't look every day at some extraneous substances coming into our body, well, what can you do in this environment? Monitoring the entire food chain. Producers try to improve their quality through standardization, and standardization means
roulette. Okay,
means
that's a bit
and
dangerous to say Russian roulette with our
roulette.
food, but okay, I'll move on. I'm going to come back to you in one moment, but Irina, I want to ask you on this. How ready are Russian food producers? We saw pet food and so on, but in general, human food producers, how ready are they to turn more to biopackaging and recyclable packaging?
Well, let's start with human food producers. They are asking questions about the price of packaging and about the shelf life of their products. We have not yet made any specific survey, but the trends have been encouraging in this. They take it pretty seriously. Most enterprises that ask us for advice or they hire us for consultations, they are pretty ready. Even in the packaging of coffee, tea, in the packaging of meat products where shelf life is below 72 hours, they ask those questions, and of course fruit and vegetables. I don't think it's a good idea to name everyone because there is a long list, but there are several companies who have this in their culture, right? The entire company, if the entire company thinks like this, if they care about the environment, I think this is very, very positive.
I'm just going to follow up on that one because you said it's the mentality as much as the strategy. But why? Will it make them more money in the long term, or are they really concerned about the world?
Well, I do not know about all companies, and some people really want to make money. That is true. But I have seen companies, I've seen people in the corporate world, we've worked with them for quite some time. They really work to change the mentality of our graduates who come to work for them, and they want to instill in them the values of a responsible food processor and a responsible developer. Maybe this is about well, me. When I was graduated as a young specialist, I was always asked a question: are you going to recycle your packaging? This was long ago. Starting from the year 2000, I think a lot of people started to ask questions about longer shelf lives and about the barrier qualities of materials, and recyclability kind of was put on the back burner. I think that was kind of expected. You've got to stop the pendulum somewhere in the 50-50 between shelf life and the biodegradability of recycling. But several large companies, not all of them, but several large companies just do not want to save money, but they focus on the mentality. Maybe they hope for
long-term
some
investment.
long-term profits
down
down
is
the
the best way to go. Coming back, Michal, to you on this. And I'm going to follow up on what you said about the kind of Russian roulette with our food, in a joking sense, of course. what should people look out for? What, for example, ingredients, additives, for example? Because I worked with a biotechnology company, and so we worked with zakwaska. So the components for changing milk into kefir or like sour milk products. But what should people be careful of? What things should they note? That they'll say today, oh, I'm going to look at the package and see E114, then say no.
Well, that's a very interesting question, and I would like to add to what Irina said. Different consumers have different ideas of what to be wary about, and that depends on the age. For example, the new generation, Generation Z, which they will become the biggest consumers of the products, and they will become food processors themselves. And these people have different fears. They have different concerns, and these people have greater safety responsibility. These people just don't want to see any additives and dyes. I talked to my students, and they said that no, I don't want to buy anything with which was dyed, right? Which was colored specifically. The older generations, they would actually look away if they saw products with bright colors and beverages with bright colors. Maybe 20 to 25 years ago, it was a symbol of status, right? If it is a bright color, if it is a very vivid color, it was considered to be a good product, a product for a good life. But right now, I can see that a lot of people just don't want to have those bright colors in their food. You have asked me about Russia, about Russian roulette. I can tell you that in Western countries, the problem is absolutely the same. For example, adding zakwaskas, adding microbial cultures would be very unusual for Western countries, but for the Soviet Union, for example, they were very, very usual, and a lot of products, a lot of products from France, for example, were unusual in Russia, because they came with specific microbial cultures, and it's vice versa too. When I talk to my students, when I talk to my collaborators, I can tell you that for them, the best way a foodstuff looks is the more natural it looks, the better. Of course, the packaging and microbial control are important. So that the shelf life is the real shelf life because of the food,
so if I see
but
bread,
not because of the packaging.
If I buy bread that can be stored in the shelf for 3 months, I probably shouldn't eat it.
Well,
I'm not trying to kill some company,
but very good idea.
Because it is. I'll come to you on that. I mean, how long for regular food, for healthy food, how long is too long to be stored?
Well, that depends, of course. That depends on the food you're talking about. For example, meat can be preserved for 30 or 40 days, 3040, without processing the surface of the food itself. If it was packaged in sterile conditions, and if there is a minimum, a bare minimum of microbes on the surface, well, you cannot have a zero microbe meat, because there are microbes inside the meat. But if the process, if the packaging is good enough, you can store it for 30 to 40 days. But I'd like to support my colleague. The new generation thinks in a different way, perceives food in a different way. And the trends for longer shelf life, I think they will subside a little bit, because everybody is now ready to pay for freshness. People don't understand, though, that there are different types of freshness. We buy water in blue bottles. This is why. This is because water is blue? No. But this is because we drew water in blue pencil when we were children. But when we put it into a glass, it doesn't have any color. So to us, a blue bottle kind of is associated with a high quality of water, which may not be true. It's not because the product was bad. It's not because the packaging was bad. It's not because anything was bad. Sometimes the quality of the food depends on a lot of technological stages upstream. So when sausage is pink, right, we say it's okay, yes, sausage should be pink. But if you take the original Frankfurters or Müncheners, they are not pink, right? They are a different color, and we eat them and say, yes, this is natural, yes, absolutely. But if you take any other sausage and it is kind of beige, yellowish, we might think, no, yellowish is not the color for meat. It should be spoiled already, which may not be true. The trend of the younger generation, I think, is not always the same as the traditions that we adopted. They are ready to adopt new products and in a new image. And and they will not perceive it critically if the meat is not bright red because it did not have enough oxygen in the packaging.
So
maybe
Michal,
life will tell.
The last couple of questions, Michal, I'll come to you with this one, and it's a two-part question. And just on food safety, the first part is, Irina mentioned, and you mentioned as well, about the new generation, Generation Z, and they want, fresh fruit and so on. But when we look at the fruit and vegetables, especially fruit, and it's big red apples, shiny, but we don't know what's been sprayed on it, and very often they've been, covered with wax. So first on that, how dangerous could they be, and what should people do to reduce the danger? And the second one is, a lot of people here, I know, they will get beef from Argentina and so on, but in those countries, there's no tracing of where this beef has come from, what the cows have been injected with, and so on, like it would be in Ireland or Germany. So how can we be more careful with our choice of meat and where it comes from?
Thank you for those questions. On fruit and vegetables, well, there are some hazards that are studied by students and that are pretty well known. First, it's microbes, microfungi. They can cause some toxicity and so on. We have a whole course on the toxicity of fruit and vegetables. If the product looks well, this is one thing. This is the first thing to look at. There should be no rotting. There should be full integrity of the skin and so on. And whether it was sprayed on by something or covered with wax, people will look at this, and this would be a good idea. Some of those foods are very perishable, but if you have any doubts, you first peel off this apple or whatever and look inside. If you make a dish out of vegetables, the process of cooking will actually diminish a lot of dangers, a lot of hazards, and this is why we eat cooked food, not only fresh food. So, in terms of vegetables, well, each vegetable, each fruit is processed in more or less traditional ways, otherwise there would be more toxicity. Otherwise, you just go and buy fresh fruit and vegetables every day, as it used to be in any traditional culture in the East and in the West, and in some small towns you can get those fruits and vegetables fresh, but only if they're seasonal. I'm not a specialist on meat, of course, because I worked on fish much more. But in any case, microbiological parameters are of principal importance. It's hard to see that visually, but again, in the Russian tradition, you don't eat raw fish or raw meat. You either preserve them in salt or in sugar, or you cook it, or you subject it to high temperatures. We're not talking about the Arctic national cuisines, right? The mainstream cuisine wants fish and meat processed. So if you see that the product looks good, and if you subject it to the traditional processing before you eat it, you actually mitigate the risks. But if it's come from Argentina and other countries, well, if the product is imported, the product before going to the shelves must be tested in laboratories, must be tested by the inspectorate. And if it's been passed, then this product is considered safe. And there is no need for any additional measures, but it's important to store it at the right temperature, to package it in the right way, and store it for the right time. It will remain safe. Of course, it not always happens, and of course we need to make sure that we have 100% compliance. Of course, compliance is not 100%. But formally, if the Russian inspectorate has given the product
again, yeah,
green light to the market,
Roskremnadzor, they control everything. So yeah, that is fair enough. Irina, we'll wrap up on this. Simple question for you. And I understand that we're talking multinational companies like Danone, Nestle, and they're all around the world in different jurisdictions. However, which country is the world leader in bio packaging, and how close is Russia to that level?
Well, I don't have a good answer for you. It has long been considered that such initiatives come from Europe, from biopolymers, but at some point, well, this is my experience and this is my judgment, at some point the flow of those initiatives subsided considerably. And today, China produces a lot of biopolymers for these purposes. And I would say that if we're talking about bioplastics and biopolymers, these are China, the US, and BASF. BASF, of course, is a huge company. I cannot even give you kind of the approximate size. Russia, I would not say that we are a leader there. We are striving to occupy a certain niche there, though, because when we discuss the readiness of companies to move in a certain direction, we need to understand that we need to move in several directions at the same time, like recycling, biopolymers, and traditional materials need to stay for a while. Otherwise, we will go into a deadlock, and we will not have neither the new world nor the old.
Where we are and how we're moving. So we'll end off our panel discussion with that. To Irina Kirsch, Doctor and Head of the Department of Industrial Design, Packaging Technology and Expertise at the Moscow State University of Food Production, also known as MGUP, and to Dr. Mikhail Yegorov, who is a Professor and Head of the Department of Bioecology and Biological Safety, also at the Moscow State University of Food Manufacturing. Thank you both for your time today. Okay, and now we're going to continue on, and we're going to stay in Russia and go down south of Russia, down where the weather's a little bit better than in Moscow right now. And we're going to speak with Dr. Marina Lasko. She is a professor at the Astrakhan State University and works in the Educational and Production Laboratory of the Agro-Industrial Technologies and Nutrition here in Russia. And her topic will be ways to reduce the risk of food listeriosis in cheese production. Marina, you're very welcome, and the floor is yours. Марина, если вы меня слышите, вы могут начинать. Я знаю, что связь может быть не очень. Oh, super. Уже начинать. So Marina is starting her presentation. Marina, the floor is over to you.
Microphone, please.
Hoping we get a bit of better reception of that, so we can see your presentation, Marina. So we'll just wait for you to start. Whenever you're ready, hit play.
Microphone, please. Microphone, please.
Marina, just one moment. It's very, very hard to hear you. It's the signal is breaking up. If you just try that again, we can't hear you very, very well. It's just coming through in static. Marina, if you can hear us, we just see your blank screen right now. I know our technical staff upstairs are working on trying to get Marina back with us. Okay, so the reception doesn't seem to be so great at the moment, but we'll give it a moment. Again, mention so this forum is brought to you in association not just with the National University of Science and Technology MSIS here in Moscow, where I'm the director of the international office, also with our academic writing office here in MSIS, and also, of course, with the British Council and the UK Embassy here in Moscow. We'll try again. Marina, can you hear us? Have you got a bit of a better reception? We'll try one more time to try and get this in. If not, we'll give it another go. I know Max, our expert up there, is working hard to get this going. Marina, we can see you. Hopefully we'll hear you a little bit better right now. Marina, we'll have to skip on, and we'll try to get a better line to get back to you, because the sound is just it's not going to do justice to a really wonderful presentation. I see you're on your phone trying to rescue it. So if we just turn off the sound for Marina, we will go on then to Sean Field. He is a research fellow at the Centre for Energy Ethics in the Department of Social Anthropology in the University of St Andrews up in Scotland, where it's probably cold as Moscow right now, and his topic is old problems, new context and responses. Sean, you're very welcome. The floor is yours. Loud and clear, and we also hear the Scottish brogue as well, so everything's good.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It's a real honor to be here speaking with you and to be invited with so many wonderful guests. The sessions this morning, or I guess it would be the afternoon there for you, have been just wonderful. So let me just start by saying as you said, I'm a research fellow at the Center for Energy Ethics at the University of St Andrews, and I'm an economic social anthropologist with a background in applied economics. And so I spent the early part of my life working in agriculture before I went on to study food chains, both on the consumer side and supply side, and working for the World Bank, and then going on to study the food crisis that happened after that. So it's interesting in this context to reflect on the current food crisis that is unfolding. So in the next few minutes, and I'll keep an eye on my time, I'm going to contextualize the crisis we find ourselves in, frame how we might think about it, then turn to some consumer responses of what we are seeing, how consumers are responding to this food crisis, and then look at some maybe technology that is helping with this in some possible, I hope, areas for I think, hope. There we go. So I began my research a long time ago, looking at global food supply chains in the late 2000s as a graduate student in economics and sustainable development, where I traveled to Ghana to meet smallholder farmers growing crops for local markets as well as export markets, then followed these supply chains to the UK and Europe. And the problem for these smallholders was getting access to these supply chains. It wasn't the growing, but it was being able to export and getting access to markets and consumers to consume these. Now, at this time in the mid to late 2000s, no one quite, when we spoke about a food crisis, it was well known that, the food crisis consisted of that there was an abundance of global food production, but yet there was persistent hunger in places around the world, especially in low-income countries affected by war, but also poor communities in wealthy countries such as Canada and the United States. Author Raj Patel, in his book, Stuffed and Starved, has framed this in terms of a paradox where food excess and food insecurity exist side by side, and at the same time, and in many instances, in the same places. Now, at that time, few people predicted the food crisis that was about to unfold. And that, what I'm referring to here is that in 2008, 2011, and then again in 2014, the price of basic foodstuffs, grains and such, skyrocketed. Investigating what precipitated this increase was the focus of my next several years of research and the research of many others. And while still somewhat debated, it is now widely acknowledged that these global food price spikes, which were worst in import-dependent food countries, countries that imported most of their food, was prompted by a combination of global trading arrangements and global financial markets. Acting on the analysis of two Yale finance professors, Gorton and Rauwenhorst, financial market actors identified food commodities with low but sufficient food stores to meet demand as financially underexploited, and in a nutshell, using futures markets, crafted a strategy to induce and take advantage of an upswing in food prices. And you can see that here in the graph, where these food bubbles come into this sort of larger pattern of financialization that we see across the world, and cause seeing something like what we see here that unfolded in places across the Middle East and elsewhere. What is important to note in this context of our current food price crisis or food crisis is that during this time, there were sufficient food supplies to feed the world's population. And while food production in some regions fell due to regional crop failures, climate change and such, these were balanced out by bumper crops in other regions. There was also idle global food production capacity. And while global population was steadily increasing, this could not explain the price increases that we saw. So in sum, economic forces of supply and demand could not explain the food price fluctuations that we saw or the persistent hunger that it generated. So this is an interesting context for our current crisis, which the World Food Program recently reported that the magnitude and severity of the ongoing food crisis was, of course, worsened in 2020 by the COVID pandemic. Of these, we see, the worst affected areas were the ones with already what they call pre-existing fragilities. And 66% of the 150 million people in crisis are in roughly 10 territories or countries. And of these, the worst affected are places like the Democratic Republic of Congo, Yemen, Afghanistan, Syria, Sudan, Nigeria, the list goes on. The update that the World Food Program just released last month says that the crisis has even gotten worse in these last, between 2020 and 2021, and that the figures for hungry people has basically surpassed what we might expect. So many people probably looking at this are probably not surprised by these numbers. Making matters worse, between 2020 and 2021, food prices rose again. According to the World Bank, agricultural commodity price index stabilized in the third quarter of 2021. That is the index that tracks global food prices around the world, but it still remains 25% higher than it was a year ago. And just last month, both wheat and maize their prices were 34% and 6% higher than they were in January 2020. Now, this is a whole bunch of data, and the deluge of data can be both depressing and baffling. But I find it helpful to contextualize it within the analysis of our current, within thinkers in this area, before we turn to how people are responding and maybe some technological moments of hope. So thinking about how we might contextualize all this data and depression and gloom, in their historical analysis of hunger, food crises, and famine, scholars Amartya Sen and Mike Davis show that since the advent of modern transportation systems over 100 years ago, that is rail, automotive, and seaborne freight, food crises have been human-made and ultimately avoidable. Sen shows that famines are not caused by a lack of food, but by poverty and the inability of people to access it within their financial means. Davis, drawing on the connection between political economy and global climate patterns, shows that millions died not having been outside the modern food system, but in the very process of being forcibly incorporated into its economic and political structures. This continues to be true today. While climate change is imperiling some regions' ability to meet their local food needs due to soil erosion, drought, etc., things that you see in the media all the time, this is where science, and this is where science-based solutions can help buffer some of these effects and bolster this resilience. But on a global scale, if we're talking about global hunger, it is within our current capacity to resolve this. There are a few lessons for the present moment before we turn to responses and technological moments of hope. There are a few lessons that we can take from this, and that is that crop and transportation science and technology alone will not solve hunger. That at this moment in time, that we collectively have the most advanced agricultural system science and transportation technology than at any other time in human history. And not only can we feed the world's population, in fact, on a global scale, farmers are often faced with what economists and economic geographers call a crisis of overproduction. That is, that they can collectively produce so much that the supply exceeds demand, pushing prices that they can garner for these crops down or below the cost of production. Let me give you an example. I pulled this data from the FAO and World Bank just yesterday, and it shows the global per capita production of fresh vegetables. And you can see similar trends in basically every major foodstuff if you look at this data. And this is on a per capita basis from 1961 to 2015. So you can see there's more food available now, even incorporating population, than ever before. So for the poorest regions of the world, addressing immediate and severe hunger with science and technology will first require we address the very human problems of conflicts, civil strife, and patterns of distribution to keep people hungry. The success of science-based solutions to extreme hunger are contingent on solving human problems. The COVID crisis in particular exposed some additional problems for us, of which many of us know. While long supply chains, which I studied back when I started looking at this, have provided cheap and inexpensive food, these chains can be disrupted by unexpected global events that can freeze these chains. On the demand and consumer side, the COVID pandemic, which we saw put people out of work and higher retail prices and all this stuff, also has the potentially devastating consequence of making people both cut down on the quality and quantity of their food. We have some data in terms of how people have responded around the world. In Qatar, recent data show that the pandemic changed the way that consumers are eating, shopping, and interacting with food. There's a shift towards healthier diets, an increase in consumption of domestic products, and the modality in terms of how many times they go to the grocery store has also changed. Interesting in Qatar, the study recently shows that people have reduced their consumption of unhealthy foods while increasing their consumption of healthier food products. Other studies show different results. In Denmark, Germany, and Slovenia, nearly half of the people surveyed had changed their consumption frequency, but the highest rates of change were in frozen food, canned food, cake, and biscuits. Interestingly, in these countries, there was an overall reduction in the consumption of fresh food, and people increasingly moved toward foods that they could easily store, so foods that had a long shelf life. In places like Germany, we saw a decrease in bread consumption and a decrease in the consumption of fresh fish, but also an increase in cake and biscuits. In other places, we see a different trend. In Italy, a different study has shown there was an increase in pasta, flour, eggs, and sort of shelf-stable milk and frozen food consumption. And then, by contrast, what we see is a reduction in other types of food. What all of this data suggests, in terms of the consumer side, is that people have responded in both novel and culturally specific ways to the pandemic. And these themes together, if you look at all the studies of recently in terms of how consumers respond, there's a couple themes that tie them all together. The preference for locally foods, there's an increased preference for locally based foods. And that the pandemic has promoted a sort of relocalization of food sources. There's a preference for frozen and shelf-stable foods because people are uncertain as to when they'll access sort of food and they want some sort of assurance. And these are sort of two areas where we can see technology and agricultural technology helping in terms of building people's capacity to have food security, as well as helping local farmers become more sort of climate resilient and accessing local markets. Now, let me turn to another example, and this will be my final example. This is where I think we can see some technological hope before I wrap up my presentation. Some people might be surprised to know that in the US, there's an estimated 40 million people facing hunger just this year. And we see in particular that Black households experience food insecurity at a rate about over 2.5 times of that of white households, and Latino households at a rate of twice the rate of hunger that we see in white households. This, of course, is being made worse by the pandemic. Food banks in the United States have experienced a sort of increased urgency in addressing this need. Pre-pandemic, Feeding America, which is the name of the nation's largest food bank network, began using forecast modeling, data, and analytics to help them to react to unprecedented demand and uncertainty. Forward-looking scenarios of supply where food banks could, where they receive donations and in demand in terms of where people would need this stuff, help these food banks understand the potential need for food-based on the trajectory of data that showed virus cases, unemployment rates, government interventions in this very predictive way. They developed this in partnership with the firm McKinsey & Company. They leveraged real-time data. They analyzed multiple economic and epidemiological variables, including country-level unemployment or county-level unemployment rates, poverty rates, jobs, and scenarios based on predicted COVID-19 caseloads. Using these different layers of data, models were developed able to project scenarios of what the demands on food banks at very particular areas would be. And I think, moving to the end of my talk now, this is an inspiring example of how science and technology can be leveraged to alleviate hunger. What I hope to have highlighted here is that the food crisis is not new, as I sort of began with, and it is human-made. That the COVID crisis, of course, I think as everybody knows, made it worse. And where people could respond, they did respond in various culturally and place-specific, culturally appropriate and place-specific ways, in ways that, where food was accessible to them. And I think this is a good example in the last one with regard to US food banks and the use of data analytics and looking at forecasting is an excellent example of how technology, when food supply chains are set up already, can help us get food to the place that's needed the most. On the other end, I think agricultural and technology has a place to make local-based food chains more resilient, especially in places in the lowest income countries. So I think that's about the end of my presentation. And so I thank you very much for inviting me. I'd be pleased to take your questions. And of course, this is my contact information if you'd like to follow up at any point. So I'd like to turn it back over.
Sean, thank you very much for an absolutely excellent presentation, a very full presentation as well. And I have a question straight off, because it was coming to my mind and then you brought it up, and it's about food security and food poverty. Of course, we see it, as you mentioned, in the US, we see it in the UK with a greater demand and need for food banks. Where does that insecurity really stem from? Is it from the production side, or is it from the, let's just say, the logistics side? Or is it financial? Is it financial? Like from the part of the people who are actually in food poverty or in food insecurity?
That's a very there's a very complicated answer to that question, so I'll try and make it brief. But it depends on the place, and I think there's not on the production side. We can produce more food than we can actually consume. Recently, we've seen distribution problems in the UK related to Brexit with regard to workers not being able to deliver, which I think are well known. But in terms of food security, and it's really a financial access problem. What we see both in the United States and to some degrees in Canada, especially Northern Canada and in the UK, is that people don't have the means to access healthy quantities and quality of food. And so this is where we see food banks filling in the gap. And the COVID-19 crisis made it much worse in terms of demand and in terms of donations and getting food to where it's needed. And this is where we really saw this innovative technique where we see McKinsey & Company getting together with a food bank to use data analytics to really make that much, much smoother.
We saw, just again sticking with the UK with that one, because you did point out very, very well with like how there's been a bit of a crisis or a bite point in terms of the supply chain and the production. We saw, for example, the footballer from Manchester United, Marcus Rashford, providing school dinners, like food for children, because when they were off school, they weren't being fed. Do you think that this could be alleviated by, say, a better government policy? And it's not to kick the government, it's just like, can they change their policy? Can they make it easier? And would it be difficult to make that change?
I almost included that in my presentation. That's an excellent question. Yeah, no, there's different programs. So like you see food banks filling a major gap in the United States. Here we have different programs to address this need. And certainly Marcus Rashford identified the need for school food programs, especially when at a time when it was most needed. So I think this is maybe not an inexpensive, but this is an easy government program to implement here in the UK, for which the infrastructure is already set up. And we can see in various ways. I think the answer would be there's no one single program that can sufficiently address this. But we see multiple programs. In the school food program, which Rashford identified and brought to light, is a key one here for the UK. And I can speak from here in Scotland, that where we see child poverty is shockingly high in some areas. And so this is an incredibly important program that which could be made more robust.
Because it was interesting for me that 25 years ago in 1996, where I was based in Canada, in Prince Edward Island, and there in one of the kind of regional or local, not an urban school, suburban school, shall I say, a rural school, they had a breakfast club where students would come in and they could study an hour before class, but they'd also get, fed. Now, at the time, it wasn't recognized as, food insecurity or child poverty, but it was a fact. Do you think that maybe from a bottom up, like a kind of grassroots level, is that the way forward to try and solve these issues?
I think so. It's funny because I'm a Canadian by origin, and so yes, I think so. I think this is one of those programs we've seen incredible success of breakfast programs in Canada and the United States. Again, these are putting my economist brain on. And my first training was in economics. These are incredibly cost-efficient programs that can have such an incredible impact on people's lives in ways that are really, I can't emphasize enough just how important they are. And again, we, in many ways, they parallel the food programs here in the UK. And, looking at a public policy in terms of public hunger, public cost to benefit, these are amongst the most efficient programs where you have, relatively bulk buys of food being delivered centrally by infrastructure that's already set up to the people who most need it.
Dr. Schoenfield, on that will end it all, because again, from grassroots, ground up, it always does work best because you know your local region and local area and you can better serve it. Thank you very much for your time today. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Okay, that was Dr. Schoenfield. He is a research fellow at the Centre for Energy Ethics at the Department of Social Anthropology of the University of St Andrews. We're going to go back now. We're going to try and get Dr. Marina Lasko back on the line. Of course, she's from the Astrakhan State University. Hopefully, Marina, you can hear us. We can see you loud and clear, and we're waiting to hear you. Unmuting, that's a good sign. Marina, can you hear us? Okay.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Hello, everyone.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Теперь меня слышно?
Loud and clear.
Спасибо. Я хочу поприветствовать всех участников нашего форума, поблагодарить организаторов этого очень важного, актуального мероприятия, которое действительно
is in synchrony with the global level educational and research events where we try to pool all our efforts to identify the internal and external threats to food security. I'd like to apologize for the technical glitch. I cannot show you my slides now, but I hope that I will give you a good account of what I want to say, just without slides. My colleagues have highlighted the importance of developing agriculture and food processing complex in order to improve the supply of food and provide enough safe healthy and environmentally friendly foodstuffs to mankind. The Astrakhan region, like all other Caspian states and regions, focus very much on agriculture. We have horticulture, we have crops, we have husbandry, and everything. So we are very much interested in the issues of food safety, and this topic, general topic, is very close to my heart. The topic of my talk is mitigating the risk of listeriosis in cheese production. But before I go into that, I need to give you some context around that research. It is a collaboration, which is a collaboration between several universities and several disciplines. We've collaborated with the Astrakhan Medical University, the Gabrichevsky Institute of Microbiology and Epidemiology in Moscow. So I'm just telling you that for you to understand that this talk is but a small element of a huge research work. Before we start talking about cheese, I'd like again to talk to you about a microbiological toolkit that can be used not just for pure research purposes, but for the resolution of a food safety issue. Using bacteriophages can be done in two ways. When bacteriophages act as intermediary biocontrol, when bacteriophages are used to suppress bacteria in whatever products. And the second modality is decontamination and lengthening the shelf life of vegetables. This can be done with bacteriophage cocktails or bacteriophage substrates. My colleagues who spoke before me have highlighted the need for and the importance of biological safety in the 21st century. And we of course understand that new storage technologies create new challenges with microbes. For example, if you start storing food at low temperatures, this can result in the evolution of specific bacteria, and those bacteria actually start proliferating in such foodstuffs. In the United States and in Canada and in the European Union, we have seen an increase in the number of cases of food inspections. And that actually started the interest in bacteriophages. Bacteriophages are species-specific viruses that kill bacteria. And Astrakhan is, of course, not a pioneer in this. In the United States, there have been several research groups, and in some EU countries, there have been a lot of research groups, and bacteriophages are used there commercially to improve the shelf lives, to improve the transportation conditions, and so on. Bacteriophages are used on phytogenous food, are used on meat, are used on fish, whatever, take your pick. The problem of creating safe and environmentally friendly food space is one of the challenges of today's market. Listeria monocytogenes is a bacteria that is ubiquitous, and this may result in generalized infection, in immune system infection, and in neural system infection. Now, my first background is human doctor, my second background is veterinary doctor, so I understand how serious this is. And this bacterium may end up in native products like milk, raw meat, and fish, and it can get into the process at downstream stages too. So, in our work, we try to use the Listeria bacteriophages in order to preserve the Camembert type cheeses. Well, Camembert is a very complex object for research, especially with bacteriophages. Even though Camembert is a soft cheese, it matures very quickly, and all the processes, if for example Listeria start to settle on the cheese, these processes are also pretty fast, so it is destroyed quickly by bacteria too. Microphone, please. The host strain was Listeria inoco, a non-pathogenic, and Listeria monocytogenes was used to infect the cheeses. We inoculated monocytogenes from the substrate, then it was cultivated in a broth at 37 degrees for 18 hours. Then we diluted this broth with saline and injected the bacteriophage and then titrated it according to Abelman and then Gratz methodologies. All this was done in our laboratory. We did 5 repetitions of this experiment. Unfortunately, I cannot show you the tables, but I think I can tell you which data we received. First, we identified the microbiological parameters of the macrophage. We assessed them for compliance with the technological regulation, and we verified the full compliance of this substance. All the sanitary studies were done according to state standards. And some studies were active, some studies were controlled. The object of the study was the so-called Russian Camembert cheese, made according to the Russian GOST. The cheeses were contaminated by 10 to minus 4 POEC per square centimeter of Listeria monocytogenes. Then a study sample was compared with the control sample. That was before the crust on Camembert started growing. It was incubated at 27 degrees centigrade. And the study was done within 24 hours according to the classic microbiological methodologies. So we got the measure of effectiveness of using macrophages for the biopreservation of that cheese. The optimal titer was 1 to 10 to degree -7 BOE per square centimeter. We then developed the technology of injecting macrophages in the process of maturation of the cheese. The cheeses were split into study and control groups. The study cheeses were plunged into the macrophages, and then the treated cheeses were kept for 21 days at the temperature of cheese maturation. Every 3 days, the cheeses were studied for contaminations, and the results were very encouraging and I think very convincing. At certain concentration, 10 to the power of 4 BOE per square centimeter, we get stable containment of the growth of Listeria microbes. This study was triggered by today's crisis. So I had a stash of cheeses, soft cheeses, semi-soft cheeses, and so on. And because of the lockdown, I actually lost access, physical access, to this laboratory stash of different cheeses. After some time, when I finally got access, I found that some cheeses were destroyed by bacteria because there was no drafting, there was no turning, there was no washing, and so on. So the cheeses failed to mature. And we actually were surprised to see that this was Listeria monocytogenes rather than Escherichia coli or Staphylococcus aureus. It's hard to say when exactly Listeria got into the cheese. It could have been, they could have been settled from air during maturation, they could have been injected there before, but this fact actually triggered this study of Listeria monocytogenes. The Astrakhan region is endemic for listeriosis, and listeriosis actually is the most incident disease in our sheep. So that triggered this very interesting and challenging study. The cheese is very complex, very complicated. So now we have 26 stashes of semi-solid and solid cheese.
Marina, thank you very much. I have one quick question for you. Overall in Russia, how big a problem is Listeria in cheese?
I think this problem is quite serious because while we do microbiological control of the milk, and it is pretty easy to get Escherichia coli or Staphylococcus aureus, but it's very hard to measure Listeria. So if it contaminates the primary product, right? Before it is actually a cheese, it's very hard to see. I saw this not only in Russia. I visited the cheese factories in Belgium and France. And if you have sheep around with listeria, you always get this problem. So I think listeriosis is one of the pertinent infections,
right.
And it can be transferred.
Marina, thank you very much. So there we have a way to reduce such a problem in our cheese production. Marina, thank you very, very much and have a wonderful day.
Thanks for having me, and I'm sorry for the technical
Marina,
glitch.
you're a trooper. Thank you so much because you stuck with us, so have a great evening. Thank you. Okay, we're going next. Staying down in the south of Russia, we're going to Dr. Konstantin Tuipakov. He is a Dean of the Economics Department and a Doctor of Sciences, of course, an Associate Professor at the Kuban State Agrarian University, named after I.T. Trubilin. And his topic is priority areas for food security. So we're going from security to safety and back to security. So, Konstantin, can you hear us? I think I know he is.
Yes, Alan.
Super, Konstantin.
I thank you, and I'm having Russian translation. That's very good. I understand that we are a little bit behind our schedule already, but I would like to have my speech on the record, right? I think Polina will have to disconnect right now, but nonetheless, I think it would be interesting. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for putting this forum together. This is a very, very professional audience, and the speakers are very, very professional too. So it was interesting to listen, it was interesting, and it is interesting to speak. Now, let's get down to the topic of our forum. Global food crisis is not a new problem. I would say that the United Nations, when they when they make declarations on food security, I think every 5 years, there is a renewed call for all countries to resolve this issue. The global population is still rising, about 8 billion people already, and all countries are unique. There are no two countries that are equal. So I'd like to draw your attention to the issues of global food security, rather than some country-specific issues. Let's take the example of Russia. When we started studying it, we have understood how complex the foundation of food security is. First of all, there's vertically several layers: global, national, regional, household, and even within the household, individual food security. And the assessment of food security is different for every layer, and it should be done with different tools. If you look at the left-hand part of the schematic, you talk primarily about the physical availability of food and economic availability of food. But it's also important to look at the stability and sustainable development of stability and availability. Natalia from the Voronezh Agrarian University actually said that the biggest goal of all this is to grow a healthy generation. And in order to grow a healthy generation, you need to look at a lot of aspects at the same time. Russia has its food security doctrine, as you know, and we have identified as part of this doctrine several aspects of what tools can be used to ensure national food security. I think every country does this, and I think the goal of every country is to ensure the access of its population to affordable safe and secure and healthy foodstuffs. Meanwhile, in the world, I think about 1 billion people do not have even access to drinking water. This is a global issue, of course, and the way for our country to prevent such crises is, first of all, preventing the threats and, importantly, increasing trust in government policy. I would say that the level of trust in government policy right now is not as good as it could be, right? Because people read the labels, people want to know what they're eating, but they don't trust anyone. The second tool is ensuring a good and robust local production of food, and we cannot get anywhere without it. Number 3 is providing physical and economic availability of food for all classes of society. And number 4, again, creating a state reserve of strategic foodstuff, for reserves of strategic foodstuffs. Especially today, when some Western countries impose sanctions on some, let's say, non-Western countries, in the current geopolitical environment, protectionism is not a bad word for the agricultural industry of any country. It, of course, goes in contravention to the principles of the World Trade Organization, but there you are. So the second principle is protecting the rights of a person, the rights of a human being, the right for life, the right for labor, the right for self-determination. This should be done by the state. And the third layer is innovations. All the speakers today have talked about the innovations in the production of food and in the processing of food, in the packaging of food, and so on. What can governments do in this regard? Subsidies, regulation, creating legal framework which would be supportive for the industry or specific types of enterprises, specific territories, and so on. In order to identify where we have the crisis, where we don't have the crisis, and where we have the reserves, we need some criteria, of course. And our study has sought to identify the criteria that characterize the national level of food security. It's self-sustainability, physical and economic availability, quality and safety, economic security. We are calculating them. We're currently in the process of making up the equations to actually calculate the level of security. The current threats to national food security are, of course, relevant. There are a lot of them, and it's hard to give them a comparative analysis. One is technological. For example, Russia is still dependent on other countries on seeds. But 90% of sugar beet seeds and 60% of maize seeds come from other countries that have to be imported. The second threat is low level of energy and a lot of obsolete machinery. Environmental and climatic threats like natural disasters, pollution, soil erosion, and decrease in rainfall and frosts are also threats. Some of the threats are legal even. It's, for example, introduction of foreign capital in the largest agricultural producers. It's the lack of law and order in the turnover of arable land. There are a lot of factors, in other words. And it is very important to look into each of those factors, into how they impact the national food security. According to our research, in the last 19 years, the level of self-sufficiency in Russia has increased dramatically. In 2019, on self-sufficiency on meat and meat products, it's very close to the strategy threshold. Dairy products and milk and eggs and fruit and vegetables were not yet there. This is why I looked at the previous speeches, some previous speeches, and in a very carefully. Also, on fish, we don't have self-sufficiency too. Government and academia, of course, when they look at what needs to be done, they look at the current consumption and the current consumption trends. And of course we can see that consumption is driven by costs. The poorer the people, I think everybody knows that, the more they bias towards cheaper foodstuffs. So you can see that bread and bakery, pastry is on the rise, potatoes, vegetables, and fish. Here we're okay, but melons and watermelons, they are perishable, of course, and they are hard to produce, and you see the result with that. We don't have a big achievement there. If you take dairy is a very complex industry. You need to understand what to do with the milk in order to get anywhere. Physical and economic availability of food is, of course, closely related to how much money people have. It's hard to compare the disposable incomes in the US, in the UK, in New Zealand, and emerging economies and the transfer economies. This is our definition for Russia. And at least in this country, we have seen the decrease in the disposable incomes alongside the growth of prices for foodstuffs. This is a systemic economic problem, and this, of course, is bad for food security. We took the 10% poorest Russians and 10% richest Russians, and you can see that the structure of food consumption is much different. You can see that the rich consume much more fish, much more vegetables, much more dairy produce, and of course their share of food in their wallet is much lower than in the wallets of the poorest Russians. So we do have a problem there. We came to a conclusion that investment is needed, additional investment is needed in order to turn this situation over. Here you can see the dependence of food production per ruble of investment on the sheer amount of investment. Starting in 2005-2006, there was much more investment in fixed capital, and we have seen pretty good achievements since then, that investment has helped per se. We try to understand how much investment in the environment of the Krasnodar territory is enough to get the optimal result. And our figure is 15,000 rubles to 20,000 rubles per hectare of arable land. Of course, this is a very general figure, and it can be decomposed into specific components. But our message is this, is if every farm invests this amount of money per hectare, they will be not just making more money, but they will have much more sustainability, and they will have much more, they will be much more resilient. Our priorities are, of course, first, the growth of competitiveness of agriculture. The agricultural potential of both emerging and developing countries is almost infinite. So all countries still compete, and all countries can choose the most competitive products for international markets. The next is creation of export-oriented enterprises. In some countries are actually specialized in making foodstuffs for exports, and they produce several times more than they can consume themselves. So Russia also needs to do that on a much more than we're doing it before. The third priority is strengthening the policy of agricultural protectionism. 100% protectionism is impossible. It is a deadlock. We've had this 100% protectionism for 70 years, and this is where, we did not get a good result. Next, it's selection, genetics, and technological modernization of the food production industry. I think there are no questions there. Improving the contribution of regions to the creation of the food reserve. Here we can also see that some regions can be specialized, and the effectiveness of regional food processing industries improves the entire nation's food security. And of course, last but not least, the markets need to be more developed, including the logistics, the transportation, and market access. These are the main figures of the Krasnodar territory. Krasnodar territory has always been referred as Russia's breadbasket. Actually, almost 50% of all the foodstuffs made in Russia are made in the southern federal district. The volume of agricultural production is 5.3 billion euros per year, pretty good investment size. However, we are concerned with the decreasing share of rural population. About 5 years ago, we had more than 50% of rural population. Now we have 45, so this is a matter of concern. Alan, I think you know this saying that love comes and goes, but hunger stays forever.
Thank you very much for very full and very, very interesting presentation. I have one quick question for you, Konstantin, before you go, and that is that we've seen, for example, potatoes, the output and even the returns from it going down, but fish and fish products going up. Why is the value of potatoes going down and the value of fish going up?
Even though I would say 40% of seed potatoes are imported, 60% of the seeds are made in Russia, but not as much as it would be. But it is much easier to grow 1 kilo of potatoes than to grow 1 kilo of fish. Because with animals, it's much more complicated, of course. They're much more fragile. You need to take care more about animals than plants. And of course, the cost of growing 1 kilo of potatoes is less than 1 kilo of fish. So if people get poorer, they switch to cheaper foodstuffs.
Yeah,
and
that is
that
the
explains
perfect way to end off. And thank you very, very much. Of course, being from Ireland, we love potatoes, but I appreciate that they are a cheap product. So, okay, Konstantin, thank you very much. And give my thanks to Tatiana and Daria as well for helping us organize this today. Thank you. Okay, that would.
We're ready. We're always open for future collaboration with you, Alan.
Thank you, and I'm going to hold you to our promise as well. Thank you, Konstantin. Okay, that was Dr. Konstantin Tupakov from the Kuban State Agrarian University. And we're going now back to the UK to Professor Howard Griffiths. He is Professor of Plant Ecology. His topic is Partnerships Across the Food System Translate Fundamental Research to Deliver Best Practice for Policy Development. Howard, you're very welcome, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you. I'll endeavour to share my screen. Okay, can you see that?
We can see it loud and clear.
And you can hear me, good.
Even better.
Sorry, I've got a little note saying start my video, which is slightly weird. Okay, okay, so thank you very much for asking me. I just realised let's just escape. I've just for some reason I need to just escape and get back to the start rather than the end. I've been reading my slides, so obviously it's a very difficult thing to do is actually to look at your presentation before you try and give it, because you end up at the wrong slide. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk in very general terms about how at the University of Cambridge we have managed to integrate food systems research, and it's really some advice and some thoughts on building networks. And I think you will already have had a similar presentation perhaps from our colleagues at the University of Lincoln a little earlier today, and I'll follow up on the way that we have integrated across all the disciplines represented at the university and beyond the integration of food systems research. So first of all, just to give a little background, the University of Cambridge represents a wealth of plant sciences research, which is focused at one end in terms of crop sciences, and at the other end in terms of really fundamental molecular biology of plants and plant systems and plant associated systems. We have our own Sainsbury laboratory that works on that is funded to work on plant development. We have my Department of Plant Sciences, which covers a range of molecular biology, pathology, epidemiology, right through to ecology. We have an associated research institute in the National Institute of Agricultural Botany, who are our colleagues and collaborators a short distance from Cambridge. And based at NIAB, we have this brand new Crop Science Centre, which opened just over a year ago, which is the latest initiative that we've been able to promote, which integrates the translation of our fundamental research into deliverables at the crop scale, and particularly working on improving plant nutrition, particularly in association with Africa. Now, we also have within the region a number of impressive and important collaborating institutes. These include the John Innes Centre and the Sainsbury Laboratory at Norwich, the University of East Anglia, University of Essex, Rothamsted Research, and again, University of Lincoln. So we coordinate our activities within the university using a hub, whereby we try to convene and integrate the research interests in terms of plant sciences. And so this is very much focused on plant sciences research and looking for opportunities for capacity building by integrating and engaging across these various institutes with joint programs of seminars and so on. However, the bigger problem for the university is the way that it is organized into schools, and those schools represent effectively huge barriers to conversations between disciplines. And the way that the university has developed methods to break down those barriers is to institute a series of strategic research initiatives which can then migrate and mature into interdisciplinary research centers. And those, I've illustrated some of the current IRCs and strategic initiatives which are being undertaken here at Cambridge. And you can see that these cut across a range of contrasting faculties. And the particular one that I have expertise and I'm involved with is our Global Food Security Interdisciplinary Research Centre. But clearly this also links and reaches out to conservation and energy, infectious diseases. And so even within these IRCs, we have links. And so this is all about identifying networks, finding potential project partners who will be interested in taking forward major interdisciplinary programs. And as here we have the example I give of the Cambridge Global Food Security Interdisciplinary Research Centre. I and my colleague Jag Shrai are the chairs, co-chairs of this IRC. We have a very modest budget which supports a program manager, but our expertise, this is the important point, our expertise is drawn from across the schools that rake up the university. So that includes engineering, it includes the social sciences, the Centre for Development Studies, for instance, medicine and health, veterinary medicine, epidemiology in veterinary medicine, as well as in plant sciences is, of course, a major concern in terms of food security. And, of course, my own host school of biological sciences. And so what we've done is to form a steering committee of partners who are what we call a coalition of the willing. And now these are folk who are willing to look outside their conventional research interests and see how to make connections. And as you can see here, we've been successful in bringing in a number of major calls which have been funded by the platform or through the platform which is provided by the Global Food Security IRC, and some of those are listed there. And so we feel we've been able to find funds to work in various areas of food security. And our food security initiative covers a whole range of these disciplines which cut across the school interests, as you can see here. As I've summarized these previously, and I don't really need to go through them in great detail here, as I appreciate we're running a little behind schedule. But I will give one very coherent example. This is my colleague Jag Shrai, who is my co-chair of the initiative. He is a supply chain modeler. So his interests range from what might happen in terms of a major catastrophic flood in the North Sea and the way that that would affect supply chains of food imports into the UK. But specifically, we've been able to work on a major project with partners in India, and the supply chain modeling he's been undertaking on that program has been twofold. One is about how smallholder farmer producer organizations can be organized to maximize the cropping production and marketing. He uses a phrase which is a little bit complicated perhaps to translate, but he calls it the Uberization of farming, which is basically to cut out the middleman and try to use both modern marketing and electronic communications and intelligence to identify markets so that farmers can effectively cut out that middle person, but actually maximize the returns they get. He's also been working with other engineers who work on water use, and we have been able to save, part of the program we've got has been able to save billions of liters of water, which would normally have been pumped up from diminishing groundwater supplies, in order to target water to crops when they actually need it. So there's a whole range of unexpected opportunities for collaboration, and once you start to have conversations with interested parties, and this is how I think it is important to build these connections. So this is a summary of the major program that we have established, which has come up with these findings about smallholder farmer producer organizations and water use in the Punjab, in Punjab and Haryana, where obviously that's where the groundwater is a major problem. But we actually have partner institutions all across India. And the key point, I think, is to emphasize that when we went around the table of our Global Food Security Initiative, we identified partnerships in India who could collaborate and develop a joint proposal. And the key message is that one needs to develop joint proposals across countries in order to maximize the research interests and build on that expertise in both partner countries. And as you can see there, we have for a major program with over 30 postdocs working both in the UK and in India. And the other point, really important point, is that it isn't, although we are ODA compliant in terms of meeting the requirements of official development research, at the same time we espouse fundamental research. And so we think it is absolutely vital to do your fundamental research and use the activities into how you identify the outputs and translate those outputs into impact. But nonetheless, that fundamental research not only brings about results, but it also builds the capacity of early career researchers who themselves will become researchers in their own right and in their own time. And this is an important way that these networks function in building capacity in more than just a simple sense. As another example, we had a joint program through the Newton Bhabha Fund with India. And here's a project partner, Verinder Pal, standing in front of the fertilizer that an individual farmer has saved as a result of using a simple leaf color chart, which has allowed him to only apply fertilizer when the crop needs it. Simple interventions like that can bring about huge savings, not only in fertilizer applications, but also associated greenhouse gas emissions that would normally have arisen from excess fertilizer application. Another example is a program that's recently been funded to partners across the Food Security Initiative called the Mandala Consortium. And that again involves now looking at the supply chain for food, for an entire food system, for an entire city. And the city in focus is Birmingham. But here we have a whole wealth of both university collaborators and collaborators across the University of Cambridge who are working to identify how to make the food system healthier and more affordable. And for those of you who know Birmingham, you'll know that it has a range of ethnic minorities. And so it's going to be an extremely interesting program that will be able to tackle the requirements to manage healthy food for such diverse communities within a single city. And so this gives us another example of a way that we can take our fundamental research interests, but actually turn them into the greater good. So finally, this is my final slide. I promise to be try to be relatively brief. I think what are the lessons from this approach? The first thing is this absolute requirement to identify willing partners within an institution who are outward looking, prepared to form partnerships, prepared to be, to some extent, to be satisfied with their own research that's ongoing and well supported, to look how to enhance that by applying it in a broader context, making them become more outward looking. By responding to various calls that the individual governments may be making, by then establishing workshops or sandpit sessions to explore the opportunities within that call that may be able to go forward, and then look to build international partnerships with those partners that we know in a particularly targeted country, or with major funding agencies such as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That in turn leads us to give opportunities to support individual research groups, either through PhD or postdoc appointments, to carry on with that fundamental research. And as I say there, we really emphasize that its fundamental research must still underpin that the translation of our research into impact and indeed into policy. So many of the research examples that I gave about work in the Punjab, the policy that arose and advice that we gave to the regional government has now been adopted by that government and is being rolled out across the state. So there is an opportunity to take that fundamental research and translate it into policy. But ultimately, what you do need to find and identify within any institution is an individual program lead who has the willingness to work for the greater good of your colleagues within an institution, but also to build and cement those relationships beyond, looking beyond their own specific research interests. And I hope that's given you some insights as to how we've managed to sustain our global food security interests here at Cambridge and with our project partners across the region. Thank you.
Howard, that was absolutely, it was riveting, terrific, and not just short and sweet, it was perfectly to the point. You hit the sweet spot in every sense. I have one question for you, and we will see, say, the Punjab, for example, as being very traditional. A lot of countries will have very traditional forms of agriculture, we would say set in their ways. Did you encounter any opposition to the introduction and not enforcement, but the sort of the rollout of changes to the agricultural systems in certain areas?
Yeah, thank you. And again, that's where it's important to have contacts with the local state universities, such as, in our instance, Punjab Agriculture University. And there, the university functions very much, it provides seed for many of the local farmers. It actually, but in so doing, the Virindipal that I showed you, showing the saving the fertilizer, he targets individual farm leaders in individual communities and talks them through the advantages of, for instance, that leaf color chart, and gets one farmer to adopt these either fertilizer saving practices or water saving practices. And then we then rely on word of mouth to take that out to the adjacent farmers, who then adopt that because they see that it improves their quality of life, their profit margins, and so on.
So basically, it's proof of the pudding makes people want to eat it.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah.
And on that note, because we are hungry, and I'm sure I will say thank you very, very much, Howard Griffiths, Professor of Plant Ecology with the Cambridge Global Food Security Initiative. Thank you very much and have a very good evening.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to participate, and good luck with your discussions.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to move straight into our final panel discussion to close out our forum today, and we're delighted to have one person online and two people here in our studio here in the National University of Science and Technology, Ms. Cease. On the screen, waiting for us is Anton Elimoso. He's the Strategy Director 3D Bioprinting Solutions. He is online. Anton, you can hear us okay? Okay, so he hears us okay.
Yes, I can hear
and
you.
Here, luckily, in the studio, we have Vladislav Semipyatny. I hope I said it okay again. He's a researcher. He's a doctor with the a PhD, of course, doctor, with the All-Russian Research Institute of Dairy Industry here in Russia. You can grab your mic as well. And beside him, Anastasia Semyonova, who is a doctor of technical sciences, an associate professor, and deputy director for research at the Gorbatov Scientific Center for Food Systems. That's, of course, part of the Russian Academy of Sciences. I know, Anton, you've been waiting. We'll come back to you in just a moment. We're just going to allow, of course, ladies first, because we're all gentlemen here. And so you have a short presentation you're just going to run through us. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, Alan, for the invitation. It's a joy and a pleasure to be here. Before saying whether our food processing industry is ready to address global challenges, I'd like to say a couple of words about our center, Gorbatov Center. This is the biggest research center for Russia's food processing industry. Yes, I think the slides have been uploaded. Over 30 industries use the results of our work. And that overall means about 2 million jobs. These 2 million people provide our food every day. On the international stage, our center is a collaborator in the resolution of issues pertaining to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So that we could rely on safety of foodstuffs. In June 2020, the world finally recognized that pandemic has evolved everywhere, and of course remote work became a priority, but for people in the food processing industry there is no possibility to work from home. And so their safety, and therefore our safety, because we consume the products made by them, has become a priority indeed. Right now, there is no consensus that COVID can be transferred with foodstuffs, but nonetheless we know that China has introduced a restriction of the import of foodstuffs, even if they find virus on the packaging of those foodstuffs. We also know that the virus cannot be 100% inactivated even by freezing, so there is a theoretical risk that it can be transferred with food. This virus has been found in shrimps, in chicken wings, in fish, in squid, in pork, and so on. There is no evidence, of course, that this can cause an outbreak of the coronavirus disease, but nonetheless, this is an issue to look into. Last year, we launched a project to find out the movement of pathogenic microorganisms and their migration, and try to stop that migration and suppress that migration as effectively as possible. This project was co-developed by us together with Igor Tomashevich, a professor in the University of Belgrade, and a questionnaire was sent out to people in 16 countries, including Russia. We asked food processors, several industries, to understand whether the food processors are resilient enough against the vulnerabilities of the pandemic. You can see that you could see that we sent this questionnaire to food service as well as food processors, small and big companies, a very diverse population. And the results are pretty interesting. We have already published them. The first lesson to be learned from this is that according to their responses, Russian food processors statistically were better prepared for international food crisis than on average. Of course, like any security system runs on scenarios, on what-if scenarios, what to do if an emergency happens. And most food processors said that they have a backup plan for the case of water contamination, ingredients and or packaging contamination. And in 44% of cases, 44% of cases had a plan for the case of a pandemic and other food infections. So this is across the 16 countries. If you take the Russian if you take the Russian enterprises, contamination 15.6, power down 14.6, fire 14%, and just 11% have a plan B for the case of the pandemic or any other food infection. So the others did not have even documented plans what to do if something like that happens. It struck us that most food processors said that primary processing was not very much impacted by the COVID pandemic. However, there were mixed signals from the industry, and if you ask which sector is more affected, most people talked about retail and households, but 21% of respondents also talked about storage and primary processing. And that, I think, is true. You cannot talk about a sustainable food link in which you say that at this link nothing can happen and it's absolutely safe. It is not true. People work everywhere, and with people, pathogens can introduce the food stream very, very easily. This is an article that we wrote in co-authorship with 25 authors from 16 countries. It was published recently in Food Control. Another important lesson we drew from this survey. We surveyed 63 food processors, all in all. And actually the lesson we learned was all the security plans were built on yesterday's understanding of how viruses and microbes develop and migrate. These plans do not take into account the new data that we have. And these data mean that the industry needs to respond differently to food security threats. We work with the Lebedev Physical Institute, we work with the General Physics Institute, the Lomonosov Moscow State University, the Biomedical Chemistry University, and the Animal Drug Institute, and so on. What I would like to highlight, these are the results of the inspections of microbiological inspections. And why we're having a problem with the hygienic and sanitary measures in food processors. So this microflora can organize biofilms very quickly, and those biofilms can also be the transfer hubs for both pathogenic bacteria and viruses. I'm talking about Pseudomonads, Aeromonads, Acetobacterus, we found even the iatrogenic infections, iatrogenic microbes, which are characteristic of hospitals. So even the insides of a food processing
industry. We need to come to an end with this because we have to move on to the next speakers as well, so we can have a discussion. So rather than presentation.
I just want to say that this formation of biofilms is a big problem. These are the microphotographs of those biofilms. You cannot kill them with disinfection, even after you disinfected the foodstuffs, these are the types of biofilms that we see. So they're not killed by disinfectants, and maybe they're sending us a message or whatever. So new measures need to be elaborated to address the issue of biofilms, and the safety of food processing industry needs to be taken to a new level. This is our team, which is responsible for developing these new approaches for sanitization and hygienic improvement.
Thank you very much. And again, from the Bacteria with Love is interesting. I'm going to Vlad, if you don't mind, I'm going to go to Anton right away, because I'm going to go back to you because we started a discussion during this forum, and I want to continue with you. Anton, a very interesting topic: creating food products with 3D bioprinting and 3D printing. It sounds very far-fetched. Tell us how to do it and why it's useful.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction and for having me. This will be real, not far-fetched. This will be real in the very, very near future. Not only 3D biosolutions, but a lot of other companies work on this. The one topic is cultivated meat. Another topic is bioprinting. So bioprinting is the technology of bioprinting with live cells and biological gels. There are 3D bioprinters, and our company is one of the companies developing this. But there are several dozen such startups across the world. Bioprinters can create 3D objects out of living cells. And this is very much in demand with the industry of cultivated or cellular meat. if you want to have meat but not kill animals, and if you want to have the same texture and the same taste as people are accustomed to, you need to use the technology to make sure that this meat looks and tastes like the natural meat that we are used to. The idea behind cultivated meat is a very simple one. Everybody knows that animal husbandry has a huge carbon footprint, has huge ethical issues around them about how the animals are cared for and that the animals are killed in the process, and so on. So a lot of people look at food alternatives. So these negative feelings about husbandry gave a push to the industry of alternative proteins. We all know about soy burgers or peas burgers, and everybody heard about Bio and Meat company. I think they are the most well-known producer of those burgers. The problem is that this meat made out of peas or of soy does not have the amino acids, does not have the micronutrients, and so on. And adding all this into meat does not always work. So for several decades, researchers have been struggling with putting together the technological performance of phytogenous meat and the natural texture of the meat. So you take the animal serum and use it as a source for cells. You use the stem cells for muscle. You grow them in reactor. Then you add fat cells. Then you add several other tissue cells, and after you have grown them in a specific quantity, you need to create a 3D structure that would make it look and feel like the natural meat. It was for the first time demonstrated to the general public by Mark Kost in Holland in 2014. He printed the first burger. At that time it was very expensive. A 300-gram burger cost $300,000. So a kilo of such meat would cost $1 million. But that was then, and this is now. Almost any company can make it for $1,000 per kilo. And some companies who use genetically modified cells, I think, can do this even cheaper. There have been several landmark events very recently. Last December, American company just started to sell hybrid meat in Singapore. So they're selling nuggets from phytogenous raw materials with some cultivated meat added into them. Actually, we are having a similar project with KFC in Russia. So Singapore was the first country in the world to approve such a product for the local market. An approval track will have to be finalized in the US by the end of next year, I think, in Europe likewise. So in 2 to 3 years, I think such products from cultivated meat will hit the market. Of course, I think it will be hybrid products at first, because right now growing cells is very expensive. So in the US and Europe, I think it will happen faster than in Russia, although I think that when it happens in Russia, we will export as well as sell it on the local market. Most companies use hybrid products right now because otherwise it is very hard to make this mass of cells into something that resembles a lump of meat. You cannot even, you will even have a problem making mince meat, quote unquote. We, of course, also started with hybrid technology to break the price barriers, to break the regulatory barriers, and get this product to the market. But I think in the coming 3 to 5 years, not just hybrid products, but fully cultivated products will hit the market in the US and Russia. And in the US and Europe. And when Russia puts the regulation in place and approves such products, I think we will also have such products. In Russia, pretty few people actually do this right now. You have ArtMeat in Kazan Federal University. They are trying to work with this. There are several commercial companies too. They try to experiment on a laboratory basis, but so far I would say this industry is pretty empty in Russia. Across the world there are dozens of companies doing this, and if you take Tyson Foods for instance, they are the second largest meat holding company in the United States. So they invest in such companies. They invest in Bionend Meat, a rather well-known company, and other startups that do cultivated meat and hybrid meat. Because meat processors are really aware that this is the future, and this future will come not in 20 to 30 years, but it will come, I think, we're talking about years into a situation when you will have natural meat and hybrid or cultivated meat lying on the same shelf. Of course, price is going to be an issue. In the US and Europe, consumer surveys have demonstrated that a little more than 50% of the shoppers would be ready to taste, would be ready to experiment with this on two conditions. It will be price affordable and it will be tasty. So the taste, the texture is key for such products, and this is why we think that 3D bioprinting is so useful there, because you need to have texture if you want to sell it. And there are already calculations of the savings that these technologies will bring about compared to animal husbandry. Half the energy per kilo of beef, 5% of water usage compared to what we do today, and so on. Overall, there is a statistic that in order to take a cow and take 1 kilo of meat of her, you will need to spend 15,000 liters of water. This is one Australian university did the calculation. And the carbon footprint goes down dozens of times if you use this technology. Of course, these calculations are more theoretical because we don't sell this product commercially, and well, there are some pilot manufacturing facilities in the US and in Israel. They are pretty small, but those guys are testing whether the technology is scalable. So when the products are approved, when they hit the shelves, and when we will see big statistics, we will really see whether these technologies really make husbandry
Thank you very much, Anton,
much
for that,
more
because again, it's, as you said,
environmentally
taste and price.
clean.
I think probably taste more than anything else is going to be key. So thank you very much for that. I know you're going to stay with us for a few questions coming up. Václav, your topic, digital passportization of identification profiles of food systems. We've discussed parts of it today. I'm kind of leading it into you, so especially. First, Vladislav, have a word. So, because we've led to you with this, how do we find out what they're printing and what they're getting? So,
thanks, Helen. The debate on the digital component of the food industry, it's not the bioprinting, it's track and tracing, food tracing, food traceability. It is important, and I think it will be important for artificial meat too, because we will want to know what it's made of, right? Where it was made and who made it. You can make this meat from whatever, so I think this meat would need to have a digital passport. I can give you a couple of examples, for example. So you have in dairy industry, we can look at the amino acid content of the milk to see whether the milk is natural from cow or fake, for example, plant-derived milk. There are several problems there. You have so-called ancient big data, the GOSTs and the state standards. Back in the Soviet Union, people analyzed the content of the milk, and they said this is what natural milk looks like. However, milk, the content of milk depends on the food that the cow eats in different places, different cow. So if you analyze the fat and acid content of the milk, you will see that it is absolutely diverse. So in many inspection certificates, you will see things, things like this is natural milk, but the fat and acid composition is not according to GOSTs because the cow has eaten this and this and this. So they're going beyond the state standard already. And our suggestion is to digitize all this. So we take the big data, all the different data from the different regions, and create a map on the mineral composition, on the fat and acid composition, on the protein composition. So we document not just the passport of milk, but the passport of milk from a specific region. We have analyzed milks from New Zealand, from Australia, from Argentina, and according to Russian standards, this would not be even milk. It could not be marketed because the fat and acid composition was absolutely different. Well, it was natural milk, we knew that, but it was just coming from the other end of the globe. So our standards should not be static, they should be dynamic, and they should be they should be in compliance with what locals with what locals make. You have kefirs, you have ayrans, you have the Vologda butter, for example, and it would be a good idea to give each of these products their own digital passport. Maybe if they are exported abroad, it will be a good idea, but in order to export them successfully, we need to analyze them ourselves first. We need to understand what's important in their composition for their organoleptic properties, and we need to make digital twins of those products, right? So that was the first example. The second example that I'm thinking of is wine industry. If you study cognac spirits, you use isotope analysis. If we want to understand whether the spirit that we were given comes from grapes and nothing has been mixed into it, we use the methodology looking at the carbon isotopes and oxygen isotopes. This is a global methodology, right? But the producers know that such a methodology exists, and they have found such a combination of technical spirits that can be added into the grape spirit, and that will masquerade as quite a good of cognac, of a cognac spirit. Organoleptically, it will be horrible, but if you just subject it to the laboratory research, any inspection certificate, it will be certified, right? It will be certified. It will pass all inspections. So we suggested adding hydrogen. And actually we inspected about 1,000 samples, and 90% of them passed the test. And when we added the deuterium, the isotope of hydrogen, this 90% went down to 30%, because the rest, 60% of our samples actually were tampered with, and some technical spirits had been added into those grape spirits. Of course, this is a sword and shield, a digital sword and shield game, which will never end, but in which we will get an advantage. This advantage could come from this digitization, the clusterization matrix, which can tell us that this product belongs to this group, whether this is natural, tampered with or not. Various estimates say that up to 1/3 of foodstuffs in Russia are either falsified or in any other way tampered with. And of course, we know already from the World Food Organization that 30% of food is wasted and 30% of food is falsified. Right? So in order to have food security, we need to
ask a question to Anton. In the European Union, of course, for a long time, there's been the passports related to animals, for example, and I brought it up with a previous speaker. I know you were speaking just about dairy, but how important is it, Vlad, that there is a widening of this passport so there's better control of meat, eggs, and other products, Vlad?
It is very important. It is very important, and in Europe, for example, camembert can come only from a specific region, and only from cows that come from this region, and so on and so forth. Or if you take single malt Scotch whiskey.
It's not whiskey, but that's my opinion.
It must be produced in one distillery and out of one variety of barley. So we need to have a passport rather than just
is so important. So
taking people for their word.
Or provenance, I say as well. Provenance. Anastassia, you wanted to ask a question to Anton before we move on, yes?
Yes, I wanted to thank Anton for his presentation. It's very interesting. My question was, maybe maybe the 3D printing issue is much simpler than we think, because the biggest issue is the substrate for cells. You cannot get, I think, cellular meat without using antibiotics or hormones, and this is the issue. And how to make all those components that you have in
Anton,
meat and that you can put in the substrate. Yes, Anastasia, thank you very much. This is a very good question. Natural meat also has hormones and antibiotics, right? Because people use them to increase the muscle weight, especially in beef. And of course, without antibiotics, modern husbandry just doesn't work. Of course, it needs to pass all the necessary tests before going onto the shelves, but these substances are equally used for natural meat. For cultivated meat, you use a little different thing. You don't add growth hormones, but you add growth factors to the substrates to promote cellular growth. There are some additives additives like amino acids and enzymes and so on. And they're not made of animals, otherwise it would ruin the whole idea. They're made of plants, and there are quite a lot of them. These technologies always move forward in terms of performance and in terms of cost. So far, Singapore is the only country that has marketed those products, so there is not a lot of data on whether these products comply with the food safety, safety requirements. However, I think with the finalization of the story with the United States, where FDA and USDA are currently making a safety file. So this registration track is going to be finalized pretty soon, and then we will have more data. They also focus very much on the making sure that the cellular technology that is used there does not do any harm to the end consumer. So the technique itself, growing cells and creating a 3D construct out of them, means that there will be a lot of cells that already contain, well, the meat that we eat are actually muscle fibers with fat, with connective tissue, and with some vessels, okay, in some places. So we actually make a 3D construct from the same cells that make up the natural meat that we are all accustomed to. According to the preliminary research, the content will be roughly the same as good high-quality natural meat.
Before we go out, Anton, I'll stay with you just for a moment and continue on that in terms of the quality of meat. How much do you think of the market overall will bioprinting, in optimistic terms, how much will 3D bioprinting take up of the meat market, for example, in, let's say, 2050?
I think that by 2050 it could be 1/3 or even more of the market. Because the problems of modern husbandry will not go anywhere. This is an industry, and this industry is quite expansive. And I don't see any big ways for this industry to improve its performance and to minimize its environmental impact. And it needs to decrease its environmental impact several-fold, not to contaminate water, not to emit greenhouse gases, and so on. So alternative technology will find a way. I don't know about 2050, but I think after 2050 we will see a situation with just a minority of the global population will consume natural meat because it will be very, very expensive. But most of the population will eat more technologically effective synthetic food. I'm not talking about bioprinting. I'm talking about any future techniques to make meat, because it will be higher performing and more efficient to make food in this way. And when regulation appears, when the legal base appears, it will be even easier. So let it be 30% and more in 2050, and maybe I'm underestimating. Because you see, plant-derived meat in just 5 years has grown from kind of kitsch into a product which is already injected into restaurants, into food delivery chains, and it grows more and more popular.
To see it to you.
I think
one
the same
quick
will
question
happen
before we
to
go away, and
cultivated
then I'll
meat.
come to Vlad with one last one. In terms of food safety here, and sorry, no, I have a question for you because we did finish up. So, in terms of the food safety management systems here in Russia, and say with the European Union and North America, how comparable are they, and does Russia need to catch up, or did they need to catch up?
Thank you for the question. That's a very good question, actually. Quality and safety of Russian food, well, I think that we are quite on a par with Europe, and our regulation requires the same level of safety as the European regulation. Now, how it is complied with? I think Europeans and people in other places just underestimate the quality of our products, because we have places where the food processors are located in very remote places and there are no heavy metals and so on. Then Russia prohibits hormones for animals, so all hormones are absolutely taboo in Russia with animals, with animal food. So I think this we are at a pretty high level. As to the 30% of falsified food, the law classifies as a falsified food everything that has not passed the laboratory test. The laboratories are pretty rigorous and pretty stringent, and I would even relax some of the rules, because if the processor has declared 12 grams of protein per 100 grams, the lab says that if your actual level is 12.2, this is not compliant, and they say this is falsified. So this is not a problem of this product being harmful or something. This is the problem of overly rigorous controls. Of course, everybody asks today, what are we going to eat tomorrow? And cultivated food and cultivated meat and cellular meat is a fashionable topic these days. However, the World Food Organization and World Health Organization have already published a report in support of traditional animal husbandry, and they have said that the meat will not go away. The meat is not going anywhere. And this is the first important point. The second important point is that today's experts on food say that we can only assess cellular food when we see what the commercial technology is. Right now, what we're dealing with are experiments. And in commercial technology, you will not have the same antimicrobial substances, you will not have the same growth factors, and so on. And these will be absolutely not the same as what is being used in animal husbandry today. This is why I asked the question about the growth-stimulating substances. We have not yet seen how those substances will behave in food processing industries. And food processing industries are very complex, and you never know how it plays out.
Thank you for the notes. So again, it's all in progress. So Vlad, finally to you, and it's something I want to come back to. I had another question, but I'm going to come back to something you said is very, very appropriate in terms of Russian-specific or kind of this regional specific milk products, especially like, Ryazan, or Ryazhenka, excuse me, Ryazan, that's the town, and kefir and so on and so forth. If this digital passportization is fully rolled out, do you think that could help to Russian food exports outside of Russia? Because the products are very healthy, very, there's a huge market for them outside. But do you think that by, classifying them and getting them all like really, digitalized, that it'll actually help the sales of them abroad?
Thanks for the question. And I wish I could say yes. But I don't have the confidence, you see? To promote our products abroad, our food abroad, you need to have good marketing, and you need to take the time. For example, Asia is not traditionally a milk drinking region, but slowly but surely people would add milk into breakfasts, for example. It started back in 1950s, and now Asians have grown accustomed to milk. And that journey needs to be covered. It will take time. A digital passport can help in regulation, so it will be much easier to explain to the local regulators what it consists of and whether it complies with the safety requirements, so that you have a digital twin that anyone can analyze and everyone will understand. And I just have this idea: you can create digital passports for more or less anything. You can create a digital passport for an artesian well, for instance, to produce potable water and mineral waters. The government, by the way, is currently creating digital passports for all the wells, for all the mineral wells for mineral water in the Caucasus, so that you have, for example, for each well you have the mineral composition, the isotope composition, which would make it easier to really export this water. Well, we already know that this water is good for your health, but it will be put on, not just on paper, it will be put in the digital form, and this will create an additional kind of marketing point. Everybody knows that Essentuki, the biggest mineral water in Russia, is being falsified by you and them and their neighbor, right? Anastasia said very rightly that when we say that a lot of food is falsified, that's because of the over-rigorous legislation and rulemaking. And I have said so too. But it would be naive to say that we don't have deliberately falsified products. We're not living in a fairy tale. So the digital passportization of our mineral waters and on our dairy products will really help us export high quality and tasty products.
Making better at home in order to get it better abroad. A great idea, and thank you very much for ending up on that today, Vladislav. So thank you to Anton. He's no longer with us in the digital sense. Thank you to Anastasia Semyonova, to Vladimir Semipyatny. Thank you very much for your time today, and of course we'll bring it to a close because thank you all for joining us here online at the Global Food Crisis Science Solutions Forum, live from the National University of Science and Technology here in Missis. The forum, of course, is part of the UK-Russia University Alliance series and has been made possible thanks to the support of the British Council and the UK Embassy here in Moscow. And of course, with the Academic Writing Office here in Missis. Thank you to my colleagues in our Media Centre for getting us through today. We had a few little blips, but as always, they're perfect professionals to make sure that we arrived successfully to the end, and for keeping the show on the road. My name is Alan Moore. I am Director of the International Office here at the National University of Science and Technology, Missis. And until next time, take care of yourselves and each other. We're going to play it with a nice little promo for our university.